Hello everyone and welcome to Oceanic Rising Stars hosted by Summoners Society. This is of course a tournament for women and marginalized genders here in Oceania, and it's going to be two best of threes today. My name is Atlas and I'm joined here today by Champs. How you doing, bro?
I am doing quite well, quite excited for today's matchups, to be honest.
Yeah, that's right. We are starting today with Silly Girls versus Wyverns, which I'm quite excited for because I'm actually familiar with a lot of these players. I used to be a coach here in the Oceania Game Changers team and sorry. And yeah, so I'm familiar with a few of these players that I used to coach. So I'm quite excited to see how they've developed, how they've gone into these new rosters. And yeah, honestly, I can't wait to
Absolutely.
get into it.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, we are week 3 into this tournament, so it's not like we don't know what to expect, like Wyverns and Silly Girls. Silly Girls especially, I feel like, have been a little bit more highlighted throughout, because they've been having some really good performances. Do you know how their journey has been so far in this tournament,
No,
Atlas?
not at all. Actually, I unfortunately haven't been able to follow up with too much of what's been going on. But I at least looking at their lineup. I mean, looking at who is in at the moment, they've got some quite stacked players, and so I'm definitely looking forward to it. I know one of the players to look out for is, of course, Kat Zera, the main duelist. I would guess. Unless she's changed roles in the past couple months, but Kat Zera, back when I was coaching her, she was ripping up the server, even against the top teams in this region, such as Swaglord 9000, which are, of course, on their way to Thailand in just a week. So definitely some top tier talent here in Oceania that we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, so make sure you support Swaglord and their journey in game changes when they go to Thailand. And of course, right now, Pacific Ascension is happening right now, and JFT just won their first match. Let's go,
Yep.
OCE, OCE.
Plenty to cheer
Yeah,
about here in
a lot
Oceania.
of
I'm
things
just realizing my
happening.
chair. Yeah, so lots to look forward to. Sorry, I just realized my chair was so low. I was like right at the bottom of the frame. But anyways, I
I
believe we are
see.
just waiting for this lobby to get started. Hopefully we
I
can get
see.
information on the map picks and bans. Oh, yep, here we go. We're going to be starting on Haven with map pick of the Wyverns. So I'm quite looking forward to this because it's been a while since I've actually seen a Haven get played since it was brought back to the map pool. Of course, that was after, I think after the VCT Oceania Stage 2. Haven was not being played, and that's probably the last time I casted. So, yeah,
True.
good to see it coming back in. I'm looking forward to it. And of course, going into
Yes.
Abyss. Any thoughts on that?
Look, any map pool that doesn't have Icebox in it, I thank you, Wyverns, for banning Icebox. I hate Icebox. But Haven, like you mentioned, we have had a couple of Haven matches in this tournament so far, and all of them have been utterly entertaining to watch. And Abyss, of course, the new map into the pool. Some wacky stuff happening there at the moment, and teams are kind of finding their ground on what comes to play, especially. And so far, and ending this best of 3 on Lotus, I feel like there's no better map to end on. Lotus is, of course, I feel like such a hit or miss for some teams, but so far been really competitive and can't wait if we get to that map 3. But starting off the Haven, I can't be more excited, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually getting to see 2 of these 3 bomb site maps. And yeah, I know definitely back in the day, back when I was coaching, JD Baby, she is of course on, oh not JD Baby, sorry, Jasmine, she's on the side of Wyvern, so she was our IGL back then, and I know Lotus was our speciality. That was one of our best maps, so if we do go all the way, it'll be interesting to see which side of that old roster of Mrs. Worldwide that I used to coach. Is it going to be the fire side, like the firepower that is kind of gone over to Silly Girls, or if the brains that's gone over to Wyverns? It'll be interesting to see if we do go the distance, which one of those is going to come out on top. Of course, this is me just speculating as to the players that I'm the most familiar with, but of course, there's plenty of other talents here that of course have been around the Oceania game changers scene for a while. But yeah,
Absolutely.
it should be exciting.
Yeah. So, who do you think is going to take this first map? From the little
Ooh.
information you know.
From the little information I know, I would have to go Haven. Oh, Haven? I'd say I'm leaning towards the Silly Girls. It's mainly just because I know how good Katsura is. I mean, she just is absolutely insane. I believe the last time when we were doing Game Changers Stage 2 for the qualification to Thailand, like, she had this one insane clip on Haven where she got, like, opening kill with the AWP, dashed away, no-scoped another, ended up with, like, 4 kills on the round, finishing it with a classic. Like, she was going absolutely ballistic. So if they're going to be playing Katsura on the operator, on that jet roll, then, I mean, we can expect to see some pretty exciting stuff.
That's so true. So really excited to go into this first first map of Haven. I mean, if I had to pick one of these two teams, again, I feel like it is a bit of a coin toss because although these teams have had a couple of good performances, I feel like they're on really solid same levels. So I'm not really biased towards anyone. There's one bias factor that I feel like I should mention, and those are the team icons. I said it. Silly Girls has the better icon, up to their brand. So based on that small, very, very relevant factor on their performance, their icon, I'm going for Silly Girls in this first map. Am I crazy?
I mean, it's true to the name, that's for sure. It was pretty funny seeing them.
Silly.
They were into the graphic design while we were getting ready for this broadcast. And of course, that is something we do need to apologize for. We are a little bit later than expected, but I believe we are getting the players into the server. That should be getting ready pretty soon here. But I mean, looking back towards, like, at least talking about the players, I was in the voice calls of both teams before we did get into this. And as far as Wyverns go, I've talked a lot about, the duelists on the side of Silly Girls, but for Wyverns, I did ask them about, who's the player that's, the star, who's the star of the team, who's getting all the kills. And they've told me, I believe it is, let me have a look at my notes. I've gotta make sure I get this right,
Sounds bad. Damn.
I believe it's Maeve who they said that she's gonna be getting the lion's share of the kills, but I guess we'll have to find out. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this will be, dominant either way. Like you said, it, could go either way. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the spreadsheet on this tournament so far, just trying to figure out what kind of patterns have emerged throughout. And we see that Wyverns actually in their first opening match in that first week, they kind of absolutely dominated their opponent. They won that first map 13-3 on Haven. So just based on the fact alone, I feel like they might have a little bit of an upper hand so far. And yeah, and Silly Girls, of course, hasn't been slouches either. They've been, I mean, to get to this position, you kind of have to be a little bit of having that upper hand. And they've also had a pretty good performance so far in this tournament. But with that little information we have, again, although I said I'm going towards Silly Girls, maybe on performance-wise, I might be a little bit towards Wyverns as well. Again, it's very coin tossy at the moment. So we just have to see how it goes at the end of the day. So we'll see.
Absolutely, because I mean, as I said, I was in the calls with the players earlier, and Silly Girls, they're a team that's very top heavy as far as, like, they're probably going to be focusing on the firepower and just, making things on the fly. They're not, like, they haven't done too much planning or anything. They're just showing up, having a good time, and getting things done on the server. Whereas on the other side of things, I believe Wyverns, I mean, if I know Jazz, she's probably been, getting prepped, making sure she's got all her map theory. And I know going all the way back to, like, earlier on in the year, or even last year, I forget when Haven was even, still in the map pool before it was removed for that little period of time. But, back then, Haven was one of her favorite maps. She used to call a masterclass on it. And I mean, like you said, if Wyverns won at 13-3 earlier on in this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if, that muscle memory, all those different stratbook ideas are still in play. But of course, the meta is still, a little bit up in the air. Do you know if we're able to be playing Vise at the moment?
As far as I know, I believe so. I believe the tournament team behind the scenes have confirmed. Let me just double check on that.
Yeah,
but I do believe there was a conversation happening on it. Yeah, Vise has been kind of so far. I feel like so far in terms of pro player, Vise has been played in Ascension, maybe.
Yes,
And I
yeah.
think
She was played in
yeah,
a few Chinese games for Ascension.
yeah, I feel like there's a certain composition you have to play to make Vice successful, but if you can make that happen, then you have such a nice upper hand. I've seen some crazy deadlock and Vice compositions come and play that kind of set plays with KJ as well. So we'll see if Vice is allowed, if these teams have can adapt to that. Because if you can get that upper hand or that advantage of being really good in that, a new agent, then you get such a big advantage in tournaments like these. So let's see if either of these teams have kind of adapted to that, adapted to this new change coming in. But yeah, I'm really interested to see compositions. And as we said that we are heading off into the agent select, we can see that Silly Girls are on attack and Wyvern are on defenders. And so far, nothing really shocking has happened.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about, potentially double Sentinel stuff. I know it's an idea that's very strong, but so far from what's being hovered on the side of Wyverns, we're seeing very, very stock standard here for Haven. I mean, this is
Yep.
a comp that's been around since the dawn of this map. Players have been doing this forever. And on the other side of things, well, we were talking about the Vise, and I'm seeing Zen Sanity. That's a Vise that I'm seeing there.
Absolutely. Zensanity, are they going to do it? Oh, they're teasing us. Oh,
Back to Cypher. Interestingly enough, I was talking about Katzera, but maybe is she not playing, or maybe she's under a different name? Because
perhaps.
maybe, yeah, I'm not actually sure. But I mean,
Yeah.
I imagine we'll find out at some point. Maybe production can get back to us on that one. But yeah, we'll be looking forward to it. I mean, this is gonna be interesting. On one side, we've got the more standard composition for Wyverns, something that's been tried and true throughout the history of Valorant. But on the other side of things, for Silly Girls, what was it, ISO and
Yeah,
Neon?
it was an ISO. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing some fast gameplay here. And especially if that is Katzera on the Neon, she has been known as a disciple of Doctor, the Neon one trick here in Oceania that actually almost got to #1 on the Radiant leaderboard for APAC last act.
Yes.
So yeah, it was.
I
if
like
Kat's learning from the best.
Absolutely. I do like the ISO and Neon pick on the side of Silly Girls because they're on that attacking side first, and you really want to get that momentum in your favor. And on that attacking half, I feel like Neon and ISO does give you that ability to absolutely puncture sites and set up and win those pivotal rounds. So we will have to see if this little wild card play on the side of the Silly Girls will benefit them, especially with Wyverns going with a much more tried and tested composition. But yeah, very interesting stuff on both ends, I have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, like you were saying, the double duelist is definitely interesting because I think for a map like this where you're playing the standard comp for Wyverns, you've got expectations as to what you think is going to happen, what you think is going to be going on for those timings and stuff. And Neon being able to sprint, of course, can really mess up some of those timings. And then with the added pressure that ISO can provide, trying to punish those early swings, is definitely something to keep an eye out on. But yeah, it should be interesting. We should be loading into the game. I believe we might have a quick tech issue to resolve, but it should be ready any second now.
Yeah, and going back into kind of the team compositions, we expected a bit of a double Sentinel even in this current meta, but either side just have one Sentinel with Wyverns having the KJ and Silly Girls with the Cypher. Who do you think out of these two agents is more effective in holding down a site?
That is a good question. I mean, I feel like Killjoy obviously used to be that main Sentinel, but ever since the nerfs as to the rain, the field of view that the turret has and the buffs to Cypher, I feel like Cypher might be just taken over as far as like, you know, which Sentinel is better in that position. So I'm going to lean a little bit towards the Cypher and the sort of versatility that provides. But I think, you know, it really comes down to who's prepared more here.
I do agree, especially when I'm going against. I mean, of course, like Wyverns wouldn't have exactly known they were going to go against this heavy attack sided play for competition from Silicals. But if I was going against a Neon and an ISO, I would have kind of pivoted towards more of a Cypher, because a Cypher is so effective at stopping those pushes and giving teams enough time to rotate, and even if it's a really good Cypher with the kill chips, just absolutely demolish these fast-paced plays. So maybe there's something that Wyverns know better with that Killjoy pick, but going 10 seconds into the match, we will just have to see how it plays out.
Absolutely, and I mean, after all the speculation we had, turns out I don't think Katzera is playing, so we will just have to observe what can be done. Of course, Sayo and Zyro, they are players that I have seen before, and they are absolutely amazing at what they do, and going straight into things. Zyro is going to pick up the opener, using that double tap, immediately removing trash from the round. That is Jazz, by the way, that using the trash username. I forgot that she goes by that, but anyways, gonna be into a post plant here. 3 versus 4 though, so it's definitely still favored for the side of Wyverns, but they gotta get this retake started. Early tap onto the spike that's already gotten to half. Where's the spam? Where's the follow-up? There it is. Iris coming around the back, removing 2. Has the paranoia in half in hand. Ooh, unfortunately it is going to connect, leaving AGRC in this terrible position, forced to clutch, and they cannot get it done.
Absolutely. Like, I was really tense when that spike started getting diffused, because Iris was always on that. Iris immediately went on to that flank play to stop the diffuse. Maybe if Iris was a little bit later, that might have gone the other way, but right on time. And like I mentioned, these fast-paced plays really have helped Silicals get that spike in. So really good plays on the side of Silicals, but Wyverns almost got that diffusal. Really excited to see where this goes.
Go.
Absolutely, and now it's going to be fast once again by the look of things over towards the C side, but there's a lot of B aggression. Look at the mini-map, look at the players of Wyverns that are pushing out here. And they might actually be positioned correctly because they are all stacked on the side of the map that Silly Girls are heading on towards. Lots of players in Garage. They're now grouping up towards CT, but they do not have the best weapons. Just classics, free guns against the Bulldogs, the Spectres, Outlaw even. So definitely still going to be a tough one, but if they can get some damage done, this could be huge for them. Likely takes out the first. Bio following up with the Guardian, looking for a bit more potential. She's staying around on the side. A quick flick of the wrist, and that's a 4K on the round for the Neon player. Absolutely stellar start here for Silly Girls.
Yeah, I feel like Wyverns actually did have a really good read on this attack play from Silly Girls. They immediately funneled straight into Garage and just waited for the plant to come in. They couldn't really do a lot of damage even with having those low weaponry. So it wasn't like there was an upset round or whatever. But Sayo absolutely popped off with that 4K. if they keep going on like this might be a short map.
An interesting point. She's actually swapped over to having the Sheriff and the Stinger, of course. Only 2 orbs off that ultimate, so if she can get a quick one and plant that spike, as it looks like she's about to, that could be the overdrive online. That could be dealing a lot of damage. And this is a bonus round, right? Sure, you're not meant to win this, but it's a great start. They already have the bomb down. They have their pick of post-plant positions, of course. No one really going on these flanks this time, and Kipsy, you can see, sneaking through Garage here, looking to see if there is anyone going for that lake flank. But Zensanity is holding for this with the Outlaw. The shoulder comes out, but the shot is missed! But they are removed from the round either way. Iris supporting from behind, but meanwhile, the spike has been diffused towards the half. But Zyro spraying down, 3 kills, but the stick is not going to come through. Iris once again bailing out Silly Girls, and it will be a flawless bonus.
Oh, That is terrible. That's heartbreaking to lose that third round on the side of Wyverns. But I feel like the plants, like the diffusal is so close. Like both, like almost all three of the rounds, it has been really close for the side of Wyverns to get the diffusal. But you can't really help it how this map is placed and how these teams are playing. The spam and pray, it just works out.
Yeah, and I mean, unlucky there as well that there was that lineup there, allowing
Yeah.
Zyro to pick up 3, but like, yeah. Anyways, once again, it's going to be fast-paced on towards the C site. That turret's not going to do too much. It's immediately removed, and there's no one on site waiting, so the spike should be planted right away. And Zyro has gotten that opener. So now we have to look to the defense. It's a 4v5 retake, and sure, it's an eco round. Once again, you're not really expected to win this, but you can't really be letting these rounds bleed away so dominantly. With this fault line, there's a lot of people that have been connected onto, but Zen Sanity in the back of sight. They're going to hold things down strong, and Psyche will actually be the one to finish it off, picking up 2 for themselves. And stun be damned, they'll just shoot back with the better weaponry.
I agree, but I feel like Wyverns aren't exactly reading the side of Silicals really well at the moment. They keep getting kind of outplayed in terms of which side Silicals is hitting. I feel like you need to have a little bit more confidence in how you hold a side down and keep that KJ and maybe someone else on that C side, because so far, Silicals have just walked in and planted, and that's it. And they just win the round like that.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if maybe you want to invest maybe some mollies in the entrance or have a little bit of proactive play somewhere, because at the moment nothing's really working out. The site's been given up for free, and yeah, it's just not favored. He's looking to Maeve though. What a shot! Locking down A main Shams. I mean, what do they do now?
Yeah, now this is a much better play on the side of Wyverns. This is what they needed to do. Just kind of, just add some kind of pressure to stop this push. And so we've seen that Silicas have immediately hit the brakes. That they're like, where do we go now? And this is what we need to see more from Wyverns.
Yeah, it's the first blood. That's the first time that they've gotten it, I believe, on the side of Wyverns. So you can see off the back of it, Maeve is preemptively rotating to the other side of the map, or maybe not, reconsidering. Yeah, it's a common play to see Jet getting aggro to begin with, and as soon as they're seen, they'll run away, because they want to be unexpected. You don't want your Jet's position to be known, because if Maeve does continue to shoot, you know, of course, you want to make sure that they're put in those positions to predict where the push is coming, because, you know, if you're hitting shots like that, it's gotta be exactly what you want. That's what the doctor ordered. Trash, picking up Zyro, the log towards mid. Be a distraction as the hit is actually coming on towards the A side. Aftershock to try and deny, but it will not connect. But Maeve is still around on the side. They've been sitting in the smoke. 3 kills. They're going for more, but it's actually going to be cleaned up by Trash. The site hold much better this time.
Yeah, Maeve came through for this round. The first blood with on the side of killing Zyro immediately when the round starts is amazing confidence for this side of Wyverns getting their first point on the board. And we can see that Trash and Zyro is a key play on the side of Silly Girls, and shotting someone like that down immediately is pivotal for winning that round. So Maeve really came through in that round, but we keep seeing maybe these big performances, individual performances, but will that be enough to see your team go over the finish line? Time will just tell.
Yeah, and some big ults available now. We've got, of course, the kill contract for Zyro, and that could definitely cause a lot of damage. We're seeing Maeve, bit of a proactive play here, but on the other side of things, Zyro has gotten all the way onto a free A site. Of course, with that overdrive and just looking for a little bit more, potentially sliding through the smoke. Kipsy is dropped and the Hunter's Fury removed. That is a great trade there. But of course, it's coming out in favor of the Silly Girls. You remove an ultimate, you remove 2 players, all for the cost of a free ability. They're going to be happy with that one. And now the retake left to start. Zyro holding an off angle here. They're going to check her. No, the flank's coming in. Didn't even see that coming. Traded quickly, but what do you do now? You're in such a bad position. It's all down to Maeve with the blades. Should be spotted in just a second by Iris. And the shots, okay. Will come through for 1, but not enough to win the round. It's going to be 5 on the board now for Silly.
Silly Girls, the post plant holds have been amazing so far. I love that Iris keeps exploring that flank, this time along with Insanity, and that I feel like was the winning factor for Silly Girls to get this round up in their favor. So it's really nice that they're not kind of stationary or like a stick in the mud, and they're kind of being exploratory and trying to get that advantage.
Yeah, and like, what do you do when they're playing at such a fast pace that the site hits are coming in immediately? You have to sort of scramble to try and get ready for the retake, and leaving gaps in the other parts of the map. And you can see that Paranoia was completely missed, sent into the ground, and they will suffer for it. It is just a one-for-one trade, but Kipsy's looking to fight their way back into the side. A quick kill, and they will escape with 22 HP to their name. Now the spike should be planted. The site is in the grasp of the Silly Girls. Just choosing to pause for a while. Neural Theft will come out. That will reveal how close these players are. Spam coming through the box. Connects onto his Insanity, but still alive for now. Now the lockdown coming out. 3v4 to be played, and a lot of these players are still on site. Insanity has collected Maeve though, so that's going to be great. It looks like we might be going for an Omen ultimate play to try and escape that ult. Insanity's gone down, not able to escape, but Iris should be coming back any second now. No, never mind, they've been taken out. The Rolling Thunder, the defuse, the gun. But Psyche, what do you do here? You're going to get run down eventually. It's a 1 versus 3 and they cannot convert.
A lot of ults used in that one round on the side of Silly Girls, and it was a round that you lost as well, so you might have to wonder, were those ults misused, especially at the end? We used the Bridge ult, that was the Insanity's Neural Theft as well as Omen's ult as well. So to lose a round like that, it's kind of impactful for Silly Girls, and we see that Wyverns have gone for a timeout as well. I do wonder what they would be talking about. Oh, never mind. It's Silly Girls' timeout.
Ah, yeah, that makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you don't really want to go to a timeout after you win a round. But what do you think they might be talking about in this round?
Yeah, I mean, like I was sort of alluding to at the beginning of that round that we've just seen, that I mean, they've been going for very fast hits, so maybe time to reconsider, go for a little bit more of a slower play. But I mean, overall, I think it's been okay for Silly Girls. I don't think there needs to be too much of an adjustment. Maybe got to be a bit more careful in those post plants, because they have been playing very much on site, going for those kills, just trying to go for the aim diffs, really. But you can't keep getting away with that forever, so maybe we're going to be seeing a swap in the post plant, since they are able to get the bomb down so fast. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, time will just tell, and we see that maybe Silly Girls are looking to go toward the seaside again.
Yeah, and they're going to meet some pressure this time. There's 2 players running them down. A well-placed relay ball and the blind. And a reward Sire with the first kill. Second one as well. Crash removed from the round. The seaside now open. The only defender is Goggy, and she is, well, quite a while away, repositioning in towards Garage, and that's where Sire's waiting. Flank removed as well. Fighting further forward is Sire, looking for all the kills. I thought they were going to be more reserved in these post plants, but no. W key is the answer, and Kipsy now in a 1 versus 5. This is not one you're going to be winning anytime soon. Zyro swinging out, a little bit of that AD peak, swinging out and then strafing the other way. Will net them the kill and the round.
I do like that Wyvern are acting, playing a little bit more aggressively on that side of, especially on the C side, but maybe Maeve didn't mean to dash forwards, and maybe there was a little bit of a misplay there, because you don't want to just isolate your Cypher like that, and Gogi can only do so much with the shocks, especially on that C side. But yeah, he's getting, I feel that writing is still becoming on the wall here for Wyverns.
Yeah, definitely a lot of questions still to be answered. Because once again, they're going to be rushing in. Sayo going to be onto the back side already, but taken down by a Stinger of all things. And AGRC is still around, still ready and waiting. Spotted out by Zyro, of course, and the Aftershock's going to try and push them out. Trash has gotten another with the Stinger, and, well, suddenly, this is a half buy that maybe looks doable. 3v3, spikes going down, and all the defenders all positioned, ready to retake. Shock bolt coming out. Now the owl drone try and figure out where they are, but it's quickly removed, so not much information to be gained. Now Maeve's position known. Zyro removing them from the round, and it's quickly cleaned up as Silly Girls fight back onto the site.
Yeah, the double key strategy is definitely working for the side of Silly, because I mean, it's not really, it's not like they have heavy opponents on the other side, especially in the C side with usually just 1 or 2 players defending. I really have to commend the double duelists on the side of Silly Girls. They're just so impactful, and it's not always easy to find that impact when you're playing, especially when you're playing that aggressively. So many credits to those 2 players.
Absolutely. Supreme confidence here as we're seeing, for once, a bit more of an A main pressure, and this time Maeve will be pushed back, so no sneaky headshot onto the Cypher this time. Of course, Catgoggy left behind to fill that space. Maybe even get some mid-round information a little bit later on, but smokes will come in from the other side of the map to deny some of that information. But that's interesting that they choose to place them to block off their own team that deep, because now they don't have any information, they don't have any smokes for the C site. AGRC is holding strong here. That's fully running! What is going on? Not like that.
Is that gambling?
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Zyro, they're playing in the smoke. And if Kipsy's not careful, they're just going to walk directly into them. Some spam shots coming out, maybe to try and bait it. Oh no! Through the cage. Maeve gets rewarded with a kill, but Zinsanity spams straight back, and Iris round the back. That's some whiffed shots. Unfortunately cleaned up. Not too bad at the end of the day for Silly Girls.
Yeah, and even this round, Silly Girls didn't hit that double key immediately. They were doing a bit of exploration, and I was kind of actually doubtful if that would play into their favor. But we can see that almost every time after they get a plant, they're so good at holding it. And Iris again with a flank and a couple of kills. That pressure is immense. So Silly Girls are playing that, they're attacking half to a T, and it's amazing to see them play like this.
Yeah, absolutely running circles around them. Really damaged once, but well, the kill contract, you've got a Marshal against a Vandal. You're definitely not favored here. Ipsy though, with the Sheriff, removes Sayo. That's a big point of danger removed, but of course this is just an eco round. And look at the amount of pressure that's been caused. 3 players rotating over towards C, and you can see, look, Catgoggy is kind of caught out of place as well by Zensanity on this lurk. The team is just rotating back here towards the B site, where Catgoggy is now forced to hold against 4 players running out of bullets. Zyro will easily convert, using the knife to reactivate the double tap. Definitely an interesting decision there, rather than using classic or, you know, something like that. And look, they just want to fight forward. The double tap's still up. It has expired, but fighting forward seems to always be the answer, and it is the right one at that, since they have found themselves 9-2 up here on Haven.
Round in the half.
Again, I feel like a broken record, but that's what they keep doing. Like, they're so good at just this immense pressure, and it feels like Wyverns aren't the best at handling that kind of pressure. But we also see that Zyro's ability with that aim to just immediately melt anyone down in the site. So all of these factors are really contributing to this massive, overwhelming half for Silly Girls, and we're on that final round as well.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're just picking up the scraps, right? You can hope for a 9-3 at best, but you know, at this point, it's definitely leaning in the favor of Silly Girls on this attacker side. Absolutely incredible. And I mean, look at this once again. They're just causing pressure early on, leaving someone behind, and then look at them running off towards the other side of the map. There's no one on C. This drone should... Oh no, Zyro's just going to stay behind. Zyro's going to be the backstab this round, as the drone hasn't seen a thing. A free kill delivered to them on a silver platter, where the bomb is not even anywhere close. That's going to hold some players, whereas Spike should go down on C any second now. As I say that though, great supporting utility from Trash, as AGRC picks up a fully stunned player, and unfortunately will get traded. Not even this. What he's saying, Sayo spotting the barrel and getting the headshot before they fully come around the corner. This is absolutely heartbreaking for Wyverns in this final round, although Trash isn't done yet. They want to get back into this, but Saya around the back will finish off with 4, and it's 10-2 to the Silly Girls.
Oh my god. I feel like the contributing factor so far outside of that aggressive play is how Silly Girls is able to confuse Wyverns. Like, it's not easy to flank the defending team and get those backstabbing kills, but so far every time they find, they've had massive success. And it's really, it shows how much resilience really and confidence these players have to kind of go on those quote-unquote riskier plays to make sure your team gets the win. But Atlas, tell me one highlight you've seen, you've noticed at least in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, you're completely right. They were just running circles around Wyverns, and I think definitely one thing to highlight is that the entire team of Silly Girls, they're online right now. They're shooting. Every single player has a 2 KD. They're doing absolutely incredible. Where on the other side of things, you know, you gotta maybe hope for a little bit more out of your duelist. You can't really expect, you know, Trash possibly. I mean, I don't know if she's IGLing. She was back when I was coaching her, but you know, she's doing it all. She's bringing in the supportive utility that we saw in that last round. She's getting the kills, but you need the rest of the team to step up.
Yeah, Trash and Kipsy, I feel like from Wyverns have been definitely highlights in that very very demoralizing half. I'd have to say Trash's abilities and ability to really fault attacks and make sure that the stunts are right have been really nice. But like you mentioned, I feel like Maeve needs to maybe step up a little bit more. Maybe we'll see that step up happen on the attacking half, but they really need to figure something out before Silly Girls wins 3 more rounds and takes the map.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen, you know, flashes of brilliance. You know, I think back to one of those first rounds that Wyvern was able to win. It came off the back of Maeve getting that opening kill, and now that they're on the attack, maybe they can make something happen. But, you know, when you're at this big of a deficit, you gotta start wondering, you know, is it too little too late? We'll have to see. And of course, we are just in the halftime break here, so coaches will be able to talk to their players, maybe try and raise the spirits a little bit. But now that the players are moving, we'll be getting started in just 30 seconds. So we'll have to see what the plan is here on the pistol for the Wyverns.
Yeah, and I feel like a pivotal thing on this half would be where is that Cypher going to set up, and we'll see that on this first round, Zinzanity is setting up fully on B side, and the A side is almost left completely alone. Is that a gamble you really want to take? I mean, I know you're 8 rounds ahead, but still, you don't want to really underestimate your opponents. But it seems like Silly Girls have something concrete in their mind.
Yeah, definitely set up for just some passive info here for the Cypher setup. But I mean, I feel like the gamble stack can definitely pay off on these pistol rounds. Especially when, like, you know, you have the camera, you can see if anyone's just walking onto the A site, and then you can play for a full retake. Because, you know, if that does happen, if there was an A hit, for example, then at least you'd know, you'd have the info, and then you can, you know, save all that util for the retake in a 5v5 fashion. So, you know, maybe it's a calculated play, but at the moment it seems like they may have chosen the right site to stack towards, as looks like there's going to be some pressure in towards Garage, just a shock dart in to try and clear some utility, but there's no trip there. The only one, of course, we can see it on the minimap, is on the B site. Yeah, no moves been made yet, Chaz.
It might be that Silly Girls might have completely read how Wyverns might have played in the first couple of games in this tournament. We now see that Silly Girls is Wyverns are quickly rushing onto that A side, but Zinzanity just got off the cam.
Yeah, but the spike! They didn't bring the spike!
Why?
This is a bit of an odd round, but look at this. Like, ants scurrying on the map. They're going back to the spike, but look how well Silly Girls filled the space. As Iris is unfortunately going to get removed by Maeve.
Going to have time.
Yeah, Sire's still sticking around. Another great shot from Maeve to stay around, but they are in a world of hurt with how they've been stunned, and the bomb will eventually go down on C. So this is definitely an odd ton of events. Now left in a 2v3. Yep. What can Silly Girls show for the retake? They might be choosing to go through Garage here, where Trash is waiting all the HP to her name, but a quick flick from Zinsanity, a 180 to remove them. And now you're looking at this, and it's like, you know, Maeve is going to go down to a shot or two. Cat Goggy does... I don't know if they've got any utility or any shocks left for the bomb, but half's already gone through. The dart is going to reveal one, but too little, too late, as the half has gone through, and it was just a 1-for-1 trade. Insanity trying to stick. Time is getting low now. The headshot comes through. Do they have time?
No!
So close, and no, they don't.
Wait.
0.12 seconds.
Was that a little bit of delay, or did I just see Insanity get off the half for a second? Oh, that was really close on the side of Silly Girls, and the replay is quite astonishing as well.
Got lost in the spike
But-
explosion. Took out the replay machine.
Oh, the camera's all gone. Oh no! But we have to like. That was such a weird round. I do not understand why Wyverns didn't just left the spike there. Maybe they're meant to come back, but we'll see.
Yeah, very bizarre round, but it kind of paid off in the end. There's okay. Frenzy and Classic getting some work done with an early C push, and well, Trash has got a call for the teammates because there's quite a few more players here of Silly Girls that have made their way down C, and maybe just choosing to fall back now is, you know, a 1-for-1 trade when you're on that eco round. Not too bad, and that is a gun that could be collected if Wyverns do let go of the space, so we'll have to see. Oh, they are, they're just leaving, so... Oh no, they ferried the gun away!
Yep, gun is on. It's off the map.
Yeah, but they have left, for Silly Girls, they have left Psyche in this forward position, so you can see already the rest of the team can pivot over towards A. This Owl Drone could reveal his position. Sire will be revealed, but there's a crossfire. He'll be able to get out. Fire dealing some damage, but of course being taken down very low themselves. The shock dart will take them out. And will they clear the corner? No, they're running out of bullets. But fortunately, the teammate, Kipsy, will be able to trade. They're not out of it just yet. Of course, this is an eco round, but Silly Girls have already done a lot of damage. You can see Cat Goggy, Kipsy so low, they'd probably fall to 1 or 2 bullets from either one of the sidearms that are still available for the Silly Girls. You don't want to be losing too much more, especially those Bulldogs. Very expensive. Don't mind start this retake, and well, they've cleared the close corners, I believe, unless that dark cover did manage to mask some of that position. As Iris is running through, unable to find any. Yep, Psyche will be removed as well.
Yeah, that was a pretty, I suppose, interesting. Again, the Silly Girls are definitely taking W Gaming into heart. I feel like pushes like that can be really advantages. I feel like at least getting that 1 kill there might have been a good morale boost for that specific round. But other than that, it was a pretty cut and dry kind of round. So we'll see if Silly Girls keep double keying and keep that aggression up to help them get that advantage on their defensive half.
Absolutely, and I mean, when you're on a map like Haven where there's 3 bomb sites, you know, you can't just sit back and be passive, right? You gotta at least get some early information somewhere. Otherwise, the defense, they're spread too thin, and I think we saw that when Wyvern were on the defense, where, you know, just all it takes is a 1 fast push on the site where no one's there, and suddenly it all falls. As we're looking to this round, that's a great first pick for Iris. Of course, it is just a bonus round. It would be great if Wyverns could convert it, because of course, having won that pistol, they're in a good spot to potentially start this comeback, but they're going to need to make something happen here on this bonus if they want to instill confidence into any chance of this comeback happening, in my opinion.
I agree. Having 1 player down on your attacking is not the best, especially when it's just Sova. So we'll see how Wyverns are going to get around that disadvantage.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that was a crazy timing that we just saw there. Fortunately, though, that turret will reveal the position Maeve's found an opener on towards this B side. Oh, and the headshot on Psyche. That's what you want to see. You want to see Maeve coming online, but Zyro, they've been online this whole time. Now fighting back into this, predicting that the Jet would be on top, playing those tricky angles, and it's all down to the Omen, who cannot get much more done at all. So bonus, you know, some damage dealt, but I don't think it's really that significant that it's going to cause any long-term problems for the economy of the Silly Girls. Of course, it'll all be
Absolutely.
balanced for this next
I feel
round.
like Zyra and Sayo are on the same page. That little peek they did where Zyra had the armor on and Sayo just, peeking with them. Amazing stuff, especially when you're just going into a site like that. So I feel like having your duelist, when you're doing a double duelist and having them together, having them on the same page, on the same brain waves, really, really beneficial for the side of Silly Girls. And we've seen how impactful they've been. 17-9 for Sayo and 15-9 for Zyra as well. Like, these are players that are heavy hitting, and it's lovely to see that come on like this, online like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, it's a genius play, to be honest. When you have that ISO shield, you just let the ISO make the first peek with, you know, being the bullet sponge. They can take a hit, they can take that shield, and then Sayo just does a wide swing as the Neon because you're Neon and you can do that. So, like,
Exactly.
this is kind of the perfect pairing of this double duelist, where it's, you know, a bit unconventional, but they're making it work so well.
True. And I do wonder what Wyverns might change after this timeout. I wonder what they've discussed, but I hope we see some kind of advantageous plans on that side going into the rest of this half.
Yeah, if not, we might be in for a bit of a quick one, because of course I believe that is... Actually, no, the timeout in the last half was from the Silly Girl, so, I mean, there is another timeout available. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you're ever going to use a timeout, I think it's pretty well timed, 4-11 down. Still a tiny bit of a chance, but still a lot of work to do, of course. And they are going to be coming in towards the A site. They've gotten past the trip. It's Insanity holding down behind the boxes here. It's the first blood onto the smokes of all players, so it's going to make reconsidering onto another site just that much more difficult.
Yeah, but
Look
then
at
look at
this
the side of
Insanity.
Physicals. They've already gone into Garage, and Neon is on C. They're anticipating this.
Absolutely, and you saw that proactive reclear over on short. We did miss the kill, but like, you know, they get the first kill, they realize, okay, it's getting a little bit quiet, and they go for, you know, a repush to get some info. It's absolutely beautiful. Now coming in towards the C site, because they've done that push, they know that they can have players stationed here, and Sayo holding it down strong. Absolutely beautiful round coming out from Silly Girl. That was a masterclass of defensive calling.
Definitely, and going into this match point, Wyverns' time is ticking and ticking and ticking, and so far they haven't really found a way to penetrate the defense on the side of Silly Girls. And like you mentioned, like I feel like the difference is that Silly Girls is playing much better as a team, playing together and getting those clears and getting those corner checks.
Yeah, the synergy seems to be really, really good. The push and pull of the defense, knowing when to reclear versus when to hold your ground and try and stall that hit. This round, it's aggressive from Zyro, getting the opener. Of course, the knives for Maeve stunned up though. It's going to be Sayo following up alongside Zyro, the double duelist, as we were saying. That's a 4v2 early on in this potential final round. Rolling Thunder invested, but of course that kill contract has come through, so that's a free one for Zyro. And now it's all down to Kipsy. You can't get it done. It's 13-4 for Silly Girls, who will take the lead 1-0 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really quick one, and I feel like Wyverns were a little bit disadvantages, especially, like I mentioned, with that double duel is completely penetrating and puncturing all the sites. And I mean, the scoreboard isn't really much of a surprise to me with Sayo and Zyro at the top with 20 and 19 kills each. That's 39 kills from your duelists alone, which is amazing.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, even if Psyche is lower down, you can see 12 assists. Even the support util is doing a great job. We didn't really talk about it that much, just because of how insane Sayo and Zyro were. But I mean, if this is anything to go off of, next game, you gotta be scared if you're Wyverns. That's for sure.
I do agree, but then again, this is Silly Girls' match pick, if I remember correctly. So maybe they have something better prepared for their own map pick. But I also wanted to give a massive shout out to Zanity. Although they weren't the most fragging player, when they were doing the side holds, especially getting those pivotal first bloods when your opponents are slowly creeping in, those are really impactful moments for you to get that win. So I feel like the entire side of Silly Girls are on that same page, filing all cylinders fired up, getting ready to win this match against Wyverns. That being said, what can Wyverns do a little bit better to get that next win in their next map?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, of course, we are going to Abyss where, you know, we talked about Wyverns having that very standard comp on Haven, so it'll be interesting going into Abyss to see what their take on the meta is, because if anything, I feel like for these tournaments where oftentimes the teams are coming together with, scraps of previous rosters, you don't have a fully fleshed out playbook. So I feel like a map like Abyss where there isn't that set meta in stone, where, there's opportunities to be a bit more creative and try and play a bit more of a free-flowing style, I think it could really benefit the side of Wyverns to see what they've done, if they have gone for something a little bit more unique. Whereas on the other side of things, Silly Girls, obviously we saw quite the creative comp coming out with the double duelist, so who knows, I feel like what I just said could equally apply to them with how they've been playing, right? So yeah, we'll have to see, but I believe we might be going to a break before the next map, so I guess production will let us know. But yeah, we're going to Abyss next, as we said. Yes, okay, we are going to a break, so we'll be back soon. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. That's 1-0 for Silly Girls, but we'll be right back to continue on the series to see who will be pulling ahead here in Oceanic Rising Stars. Hello everyone, welcome back to Oceanic Rising Stars. We're in the middle of a series between Wyverns and Team Silly Girls, and I mean, champs, it was an absolutely insane map 1 over on Haven.
Absolutely. I mean, we didn't really know what to expect going to that first map, but I mean, Silly Girls. I mean, now maybe the compositions were picked and the teams the agents were locked in. Maybe, maybe I was a bit too biased towards Silly Girls with the double duelist composition. Getting 10 rounds on the attacking half. I mean, even with an advantage like that with the agent composition, it's not really easy. And speaking of agent compositions, we're going straight into it for Abyss.
Absolutely,
And
and once again, some deadlock being, oh not deadlock, sorry, Vi's being
Wise
teased.
teased. Come on, Psyche, I know you can do it. I know you want to pick that lock agent button. Let's do that. It'll be very, very lovely to see a Vice coming into this. And we also do trash on Deadlock. So, oh, Zyra on Yoru.
Oh gosh, oh wow, we are seeing a Vi's. Okay.
Okay,
This is gonna be fun.
Okay. This is gonna be fun. Insanity on a harbor is quite an interesting way to go about harbor. Of course, not really in the meta at the moment, but maybe Insanity is making new waves. Am I right with that pick?
Yeah,
get it?
I guess so.
Harbor waves. Yeah, I'm funny. But talking about Psyche J and that Vice pick, Vice and Deadlock, like I mentioned before before we started the matches, have been a combo pick for teams ever since Vice was allowed in Pro Play. So I'm really excited to see how they are going to mold all these little plays together on their defending half, because of course we see that Wyverns are attacking and Silly Girls are defending, a complete reverse of what happened last time. And I could not see who the last pick was for Wyverns. Was that a Cypher production?
Yes, I believe it was a Cypher, which is very interesting because, like, right at the top of the show, we were talking about these double Sentinel comps, and looks like both teams are leaning towards it here on Abyss. So I wonder how that will end up paying off. Of course, I didn't expect to see a Deadlock mirror matchup, but hey, you know, I'm here for it. I mained Deadlock for an entire act a little while ago, so, you know, I'd definitely be interested to see how either team can make Deadlock work.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Deadlock on their own has not been really impactful so far in matches, so it will be interesting to see. I mean, Deadlock has, I mean, as a Sentinel, of course, is not like your top fragging kind of agent, but without like a proper combo pick like they have on the side of Silkers with that Wise, I will be interested to see how they're going to utilize Deadlock, especially on this especially on this massive map. But really exciting to see. I'm and
Well, looks like we're straight into things. I think Shams might have been breaking up a little bit there. I'm not too sure, but I mean, Sayo off to a great start once again. Iris getting one, spamming through at high tide, and well, looks like this might be a fast one here for the Silly Girls. Yep, it's already over. Barely before we even were aware of anything, and
yeah, and
well,
it looks like from the map itself, you see that Wyverns are really trying to funnel through that mid alleyway right there, but it seemed that Silicals completely shut down any kind of uh, any kind of exploration on the side of Wyverns. But yeah, would have loved to see what exactly happened, but maybe there was a little bit of a miscommunication on one side. But we saw that Sai got 3 kills immediately off the gate, and that's really nice to see because, again, once Sai and Zyra are fired up and ready to play, it's a completely different kind of ballgame. And oops.
oh, okay, maybe we've... Okay.
Oh no. Oh.
We're back. Hello.
Yeah. Hi, hello.
Well, I guess I think production will let us know in a second what's been going on, but I think maybe
maybe
a character, someone locked in the wrong agent, maybe
I
something
do
went
wonder if
wrong.
Vice is still blocked. I hope not.
Maybe,
I feel
yeah.
like I saw somewhere that Vice was allowed to play. I wonder if it was that, but it did seem like that match started a little bit too early, and maybe they were just playing their first round to restart it. So we will wait until we get a little bit more information on what is happening. But that's fine. Things happen. These things happen all the time. But even from the little snippet of play we saw, if so the girls are still riding that high from that first map, I feel like Wyverns are not really going to have a big chance of making a comeback in this series.
Yeah, and I mean, now I'm thinking about the comp. Silly Girls comp is off the rails. They're playing, what, Vi's Deadlocks, a double Sentinel, and then was it Yo Jet that we
Yoru,
saw?
yeah, Yoru and
And then
Jet,
a
yeah.
Harbor.
Yeah.
That's That is absolutely mental. I mean, I guess you can get away with it, right? Because, one of the nice things about Vi's, the Arc Rose ability, that signature ability,
Mm,
it's similar to the old Sky Flash, it recharges, it gets you some info. You can, yeah, reuse it many times in the round if it doesn't get destroyed. So, I mean,
absolutely.
maybe they feel like that's enough on a map like Abyss to get that info. I mean, there is a lot of like
Yeah,
high walls and stuff to place it through, so who knows?
could be. Definitely. And especially picking Harbor out of all the controllers, maybe over a Astra or even an Omen, that is quite a flavorful pick, I'd say, on the side of Silly Girls. But maybe they just know something that we don't, or maybe it was a mispick, maybe something like that. But yeah, it's a very interesting composition on the side of Silly Girls, and I hope that it doesn't change when we load back in again, because that looked like a really spicy composition and really something that I feel like is advantageous to this style of play Silly Girls have been playing so far in this matchup.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think for both sides, unless they've been, like, scrimming behind the scenes, maybe they know stuff that we don't, but I feel like we're
Mm.
gonna be going into some fairly unknown territory for both sides. I somewhat think that, neither of them will really be prepared for the other team's compositions. Neither of them are really anything that we've quite seen on the global stage. I'm trying to think, and I don't think we've really seen much Deadlock be played,
Not
on
at
Abyss,
all.
so yeah, it's unique for both teams, so,
Yeah,
anything about playbook or whatever we were talking about earlier, it's, maybe all out the window, but yeah, we'll have
absolutely.
to see.
Yeah, I feel like once again, Silicos have been. I feel like they are a team that is a little bit more experimental with how they've played. Maybe they have a certain pro team in mind when they pick their compositions of these fast-paced plays and fast-paced characters. Because a Yoru, even though Yoru kind of gets clowned sometimes, when you know how to play Yoru, it's a game-changing agent that doesn't get the credit, that doesn't get enough credit that Yoru deserves. So I am just completely biased to Silicos in this in this matchup, not just because of the previous win, just a little, again, just this little teaser we had so far in this map and how they played so far. It is quite interesting to see how Wyverns will be able to anti that. I mean, they have to. It's not like they can just lay down and give up. They have to come up with something to stop the stomping from City Girls.
Absolutely, and so, I guess we'll really just have to wait and see because, I mean, even on the side of Wyverns, right? I mean, I don't recall exactly. I know they were playing the Deadlock Cypher, and I believe just a single Jet on Maeve, and then I think something like Omen and Breach or Omen and Sova, I think was what they locked in. But
Yeah,
maybe a little bit more of a normal comp, right? I mean, the double Sentinel is it's a little bit spicy, but like, I think on they've got a more balanced comp. They had an initiator, for example, that you know
yeah,
we don't
crazy.
really know how that'll turn out. So I think the real question for this matchup, if we are seeing the same comps coming in, will be: are these teams going to be, playing? Like, is the strangeness of Silly Girls going to be able to carry through, or is the more balanced approach from Wyverns maybe going to, help them come through to a third map? Because after all, I mean, they're down 0-1 in this series. I don't know exactly how the standings are looking for as to who's going into playoffs, but I'm sure, who doesn't want to win, right? So if they can bring it back,
Exactly.
I'm sure they'd be very, very happy about it. But
Yeah,
yeah, I think this may end up coming down to something to do with the comps.
absolutely. And looks like we're heading back in. And on the side of Silly Girls, the same compositions. And I mean, maybe according to rulebook, you really can't change your compositions. I'm not too sure, but it seems that we're seeing the same compositions. Maybe something else on behind the scenes that was forcing the game to be remade. But this time we saw a little bit. We had a bit of view of what Wyverns have picked again. Like you mentioned, very very standard composition. I would have liked to see an Astra on Abyss.
Hmm.
We've seen Astra be played so much in pro play because I mean a simple her star suck ability on that little platform on that site and you get sucked and you're off the map and you're dead, stuff like that. I mean, I know it's a bit gimmicky in some ways, but like I feel like especially I mean, Astra just got buffed as well, back to the full stars of 5. So maybe I would have liked to see an Astra over Omen, especially if you have that flexibility. But we'll see. We'll see if Wyvern's test and tried and tested methods will be a good counter against the absolute silliness of Silly Girls. And we will see that when we're heading to the match. Maybe we'll head in really, really soon.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, we did see the agent
Yeah.
select come in, and that did confirm it. That yeah, it was the Sova and Omen that were those two extra agents that we didn't quite remember. But yeah, we should be going in just a second. But yeah, like you said, yeah, the Astra. It's really telling that a lot of the pro play we were seeing Astra come out over Omen, and that was pre-buff as well. And now that Astra has 5 stars, you know, the global utility
crazy.
crossed with the amount of flexibility that you now that you have that extra star, it gives you a little bit of extra room to be a bit more creative or even have a bit of room for error on your defense, right? You can set up, you know, 2 stars on the entrances of both sites, and then whatever site they don't hit, then you can just recall them back and use the util for the retake. So it's definitely great that they have that option for that agent. But of course, we're not really seeing it, so maybe not too much point going too much into it. But yeah, looks like we might be getting into the game now, as yep, we are seeing the good old cinematics. Shout out to the observers and production team, of course, been holding it down all of today and for this whole tournament. But
Absolutely.
yeah,
They've been
it's been a good
we've been
one.
so blessed, I'd say, to have such a skillful production team. And again, these aren't production people who are like, you know, paid or really experienced. These are almost all beginners. So sort of like the amount of grassroots skill we've seen so far in this entire tournament on the sides of players and production and even refereeing and all of that stuff has been amazing to see. But we
Yeah,
have
it really
we
is
do
a
see
community
that
effort here.
absolutely. So no C, it's all about community, I'd say.
Yep, it's all we
That's all
got
we
because
got.
I mean, yeah, we don't have the other regions to go and scrim with or anything. We've only got ourselves and you know, smaller region, smaller pool of players. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's all love between the players. Everyone's, you know, familiar with each other outside the server as well. So, you know,
Yeah.
we're all here for a good time, and you know, that's what we've been given so far. I mean, after map 1, 413, hoping for something possibly a little bit more competitive here, but it'll be interesting if nothing else, because as we were saying, these comps are kind of off the rails.
Absolutely, and we see that again, Vice and Deadlock sticking together because those combination utility is amazing and really harrowing to play against.
Mm, absolutely. Quick start towards mid here. Maeve trying to get some information that looks like we might be going for a bit of a fast A split here. You don't see this very often. Zyra pushing out of main is actually found the Omen, so that's not going to be any smokes available, but it's not going to matter too much as the site has been claimed. Maeve is going to look to try and re-clear some of mid, but if you look at the minimap, Zyra has escaped and leaving their team to try and fight. There they are, coming back in, and that's actually the spike that's been dropped up in heaven. Bit of a disaster here as Zyra has rejoined the fight. It's all down to AGRC. what can you do here? Sayo filling up the space. Oh, okay. A bit of desync on the the overlay, but Sayo has converted. Great headshot, great prediction.
Yeah, it looked like Wyverns did the exact same play they tried before in that fake match we had a little bit before in that first round, and it seemed like maybe Silicos didn't quite react to that, but I have to say Zyro's abilities are going to be pivotal in this matchup. The flashes and the little peaks they do will be the absolute game-changing, I feel like, point in this entire match.
Totally, and of course also that TP placement, right? The ability to just
Yeah.
get out at the drop of a coin. Oh gosh, that was some close shots from Zensanity there. Actually, looking at the buy, we're seeing 3 Bulldogs, an Outlaw, and of course the Frenzy for Iris. So definitely a lot invested here. You can only really afford that one gun to be dropped, but on the other side of things, it's just a bunch of classics. So, you know, still some room, but with that being said, it's pretty slow to begin here, champs.
Yeah, again, I feel like maybe Wyverns are kind of testing on how Silly Girls are playing this interesting map right here. And we see that both teams are kind of maybe respecting each other and giving them a little bit of space to figure out what's happening. But we see that Maeve is now dashing in. Is it gonna happen?
Oh, yeah, Zensanity forced back to the Ghost, but actually that's gonna convert a kill. And now the supporting utility, but it doesn't matter. Zensanity gets it done with a Ghost. Okay, that's one way to convert your second round. I mean, 3 kills with a Ghost. The economy's booming.
Forget harbor abilities. If you can hit heads like that, then you don't have to worry about anything. But yeah, Zensanity with the Outlaw and the Ghost completely stopping any kind of push coming from mid have been so pivotal, I feel like, so far. And maybe that is kind of a game-winning tactic for the side of Silgles on make sure the space you hold is, well, you keep holding it.
Totally. I mean, if you can hold on to space like that, even despite missing those Outlaw shots, I mean, it's going to be a pretty tough job.
It's not a whiff if you get the kill.
Yep, you get shot, you die, as a wise man once said, but this time it's going to be Wyverns delivering that news as Maeve getting a quick one through the smoke. Nairo is actually going to be caught on the rotate as AGRC is locked all the way up mid, so this is going great here for Wyverns. They should be posed to get, you know, this first round on the board, making sure that things don't quite escape them like it did on Haven. And so for Psyche, not going to be too much available, although that's a weapon that could be picked up now as far as the rifles are concerned. And yeah, it's a Vandal on the ground, looking to deal a little bit more damage. And of course, this is just the bonus, so by all means, go for it. Get as much damage done as you can, because it will be felt by Wyverns, but for now, they will just decide to go and save that Vandal, which is fair enough. Because look at, I mean, the economy is going to be great no matter what. I mean, you won the pistol, and it was a good bonus. So, yeah, I think Silly Girls will be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, Wyverns, Psyche already has a lot of money in the bank, so it's not like we are really mourning that loss there. But it did feel that Zyro might have not seen the, I believe it was AGRC who was pushing that rotate there. Kind of, maybe that was, I feel that was the kind of round breaking point. Without your fragging Jewelers for that retake, not the best of chances, but of course they had the lower weaponry, and now we see an op on the side of Sayo.
Yeah, I mean, definitely was a pivotal play there for AGRC to lock up through mid, and we've seen mid be utilized a lot so far, every single round, in fact. That's a fast one on the other side of the map with Insanity, but at the moment, it's going to be Maeve, separated from the team. Of course, that Vice War, indestructible, no one could come in to help. As such, it's going to be an early 3 versus 5. And that's the Vice utility, finding some value early on.
Yeah, exactly. Lovely to see. Again, we see this Deadlock and Vice play together. But it seems that Wyverns are slowly creeping out of this B push. But we see the Sai, of course, as that mid completely... Oh, but misses that one shot with the Operator, but maybe goes for re-peek. Maybe not. Going back to safety. and it still feels like Wyverns are a little bit undecided on where to go. It looks like they might hit up A at the end, but if that spike gets dropped at the moment, that's a bit of a unlucky kind of player on the side of Wyverns. But now
30
all of them are
seconds
grouped
left.
up on that A lobby area, but looks like they're going to push right into Zyro and Zanzanity as well as Maeve.
Yeah, the side hit coming out, and of course there's plenty of players here for Silly Girls to try and stop this. The plant tempted to go down on the bridge, and Trash manages to find the headshot onto Zyro. That's a
10
rare miss.
seconds
We haven't
left.
seen many of those yet today. As the smokes fade, it's going to be post-plant positions getting taken up. It's only Trash and Kipsy left now as Cat Goggy has fallen. I think that might have been towards mid. I don't actually know where that was. Zyro out, dropping the operator, going for a Vandal. Could be looking to push mid at any point, but the bubbles come out, will be destroyed, but half is through onto the towards the spike. Instead, there's not really much space to defuse on that bridge, and suddenly this is looking very winnable. The Annihilation comes out, connecting onto Sayo. This has gone terribly wrong as Wyvern. They've managed to convert, what was that, a 2-3 versus 5? Absolutely incredible work from them.
Absolutely. It's not the same team we saw on that Haven, I feel, because it feels like their confidence is a little bit back, but that deadlock, maybe we questioned that pick when the agents came through, but it looks like it's really paying off for them so far. But again, we're kind of into the early rounds of this map, and we will just have to see if Trash can still can continue to be this impactful, and if she is, then it's going to be truly an exciting match.
Absolutely, and I mean, we saw little spark of that over in map 1. Bit of a skirmish here though to start in A main is, well, it's just some damage being traded as though, as I say that, Cat Goggy's gone down. I don't know if that was just a random shot or maybe just caught as the wall was going up. Now space being filled, AGRC is gonna have to fall back as, well, the trip is revealed by the clone of all things, but now Trash did manage to bait out some of that utility. And AGRC, okay, that's 2 quick ones. Now the Neural Theft comes out, and that's going to reveal that Zyro's all on their own on A, and you can see Wyverns immediately pivoting over. They've got that space in mid, of course. That door in library could be broken at any point, and there it goes. Zyro going to be wise to it, spots the head, and takes it out. And TP is back to safety, so suddenly back to a 3 versus 3 weaponry. Definitely not in the favor of Silly Girls, but, you know, to even be this close in this round, you know, credit to them, they're hitting their shots. Now with the bomb planted going back towards the spam post plant, and of course both sentinels still alive, and so it's gonna be a hell trying to get back onto this site with those sonic sensors up.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like Zigos are kind of... Oh no. Oh, yes.
Just a 1-for-1 trade, okay. Not the end of the world just yet, but that time has been ticking.
Picked as well.
Yeah. Of course, not really too much util to try and block this line of sight. Only a stinger in the hands of Zyro, and yet Trash is going to clean it up, and we were talking about her, and she is continuing this performance, topping the leaderboard, I believe, and, well, Wyverns, for the first time in the series, have pulled ahead.
Absolutely. And it's not like that Silly Girls are playing bad per se. It's just that Wyverns have been really good opponents at one.
Last player standing.
Go to the side so far. And 2, of course, those post plants have been amazing, especially with Trash's gunplay as well as abilities. So this is becoming quite competitive.
Totally, and I mean, it's still early days here on Abyss, of course, but with now Sayo back up to the operator. I mean, that's probably something worth noting as well, is that, you know, Wyverns, they managed to scrape out that round, but that wasn't eco for Silly Girls. But with that being said, Trash, 2 more kills added towards the count. Now in a 5 versus 2. As, yeah, this round is likely done and dusted. Even with the Razor Vines on the ground, Maeve separated from the team. Not going to matter at all, as AGRC is holding the flank, and there's not much Psyche is going to be able to do. That is a nice shot to try and start things off here.
Yeah, it seems that all 3 of those first kills on the side of Wyverns were taken with when Silly Girls, the three players of Silly Girls are kind of peeking out. They are peeking a little bit too much. This map is really open. They have open lanes and very long view distances. So it's not like it was hide back, but as you can see, these kills weren't exactly kills that were taken on site to watch, where they were just peaks. But maybe Silicos might need to dial it down a little bit. But again, early days. Not sure how long we can keep saying that, but Wyverns are kind of putting ahead at the moment.
Yeah, and the decision here is just to do a fast push, and Sire has managed to convert that kill. 5 HP, so not much left, but that's really thrown a spanner in the works, as now the hit will be coming out towards the B site, but the flank is coming in behind quickly. This is just an eco round, but that flank compromised, and Maeve pushing ahead and getting dropped by Iris. Suddenly there's a chance here, but Trash and Catgoggy, they've been so good. The supporting players really highlighted here as the Annihilation comes out. It won't... No, Wilconnect! Zyro is getting pulled in, which means it's all down to Psyche, who is, you know, lot the players here to face. Smoke in her face, and, well, you've just got the Sheriff, so you may as well go for it, but yeah, probably not too much of a chance here. Gonna throw out the Arc Rose. Isn't actually gonna use it, just gonna try and fade out some shots, but it's not gonna happen this time as, oh, Wyverns, they're staking their claim here on Abyss.
Yeah, again, that round, Silicos were much more aggressive, especially with the lower weaponry. You need to kind of bring a wild card when you have a disadvantage like that to start the round. So I'm not really faulting them for that, but it just seems like Wyverns are amazing at these post plants. Maybe Silicos' composition isn't that amazing at puncturing these post plants, but maybe the no initiate is kind of hurting them at this point.
Yeah, definitely have some thoughts on that, but we'll hold that for now, maybe until a timeout or halftime, as, you know, these rounds have been going pretty fast, so we'll focus up as... Actually, it's just going to be some early presence here in A main, leaving Zyro behind, who should be taking contact now as Catgoggy is removed. So that's the initiator gone. There goes a lot of your info. So obviously the High Tide comes in just to try and section off that part of the map. Maybe try and re-push A main. As for Wyverns, going back towards mid, the tried and true, where Sayo has been with this op the whole time. Spots Trash just ahead, peeking over the top of that smoke, but are they ready for Kipsy? Pushed all the way up? No, they aren't. That's the operator removed, but okay, Zyro not able to do much as well, and Iris, that's a bad timing. The Annihilation now coming out, will not connect.
One enemy remaining.
Kipsy in a world of trouble, will not stay alive for much longer as AGRC flank and Cypher being such a nuisance and continuing to be so as Insanity caught, slacking, knife out, that camera, okay, bit of false information, but Iris is eventually spotted, gonna try and play close by this cage, and, well, it will be converted as Silly Girls stem the bleeding.
Yeah, may have had to come really in clutch in this round to get those kills necessary for them to secure it. Not really. I wouldn't say both of the teams are playing really well. There's just a lot of contact play happening. But having a spike lost in the middle of mid isn't the best place to recover it either. So, although Siligals won it, I'm not too sure if it was the kind of dominant performance we've seen so far.
Take flight.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly enough, they have dropped the operator, so they don't have that in their arsenal anymore. Maybe it just fell off the map or something, I'm not too sure, but now it'll be early towards B main once again, but this is where the majority of the players are, but no one's converting off of the back of that trap. Maeve, that is absolutely unhinged, stunned up, updrafting over, and look at this deadlock utility causing so many problems for Wyverns on the site hit, and maybe they're just deciding to call it quits, head over towards the A site, and why not? AGRC already pushed up. You have that from the shadows on the Omen, of course, to head on over, but I feel like Silly Girls might win this rotation as they are already grouped up, looking ready to retake, and there's only 2 players on site, so if they can get this going fast, then who knows, this retake could be an easy one. Zensanity, good start. Zyro removing Kipsy, and well, there's not really anyone here. Look how much information Zyro is able to get, popping out of that ultimate. Iris managing to convert where they weren't looking, and Psyche finishes it off. The retake coming out clutch there as, you know, Silly Girls, they're making their way back into this.
Yeah, it's lovely to see them actually win some of these post plants. Zyro. No.
Oh no! When did that happen?
It happened right now. Maybe a little bit of a mistiming on doing a little bit of sleep plays. I mean, not really. You gotta live up to your namesake. Here's the replay.
They just jumped off! Oh no.
Okay, I saw that happening a couple of times, but it happened like right at the end of the round, so like you don't die, but
Yeah, I think that's something that people do try and do in ranked, but I mean that's a risky one, and I mean it's gonna lose them a gun, and then once again Zyro getting a little bit active as we removed green away as so is the barrier mesh. Iris hasn't been able to get much value off it as it has just been destroyed quite promptly, and maybe this is the duelist that we were promised. Getting the opening 2 kills in this round is now leaving Silly Girls to pick up the scraps. Zyro does have that operator back online, and that's the smokes removed, so they can just stay on this angle for quite a while, but the dart should push them back. Okay, they still, of course, have the tailwind, though, so they can stick around on site. They can try and find more value, and there it is. Gets out now. Nice! It's Zyro! Absolutely locking down this site. One player remaining on for the ace. AGRC will deny it. But now, down for 1v1, this could be a clutch of all time to make sure Wyvern stays in the lead. As Insanity position revealed as AGRC. You still have to get that spike. You still have to get it down. 30 seconds remaining in the round. As Insanity slowly creeping down. Position revealed by the spike ham as AGRC is just going to play Ring Around the Rosie on this bridge. A dangerous game. As Insanity will get the kill and save the round for Silly Girls.
oh, I love seeing close rounds like this, especially those 1v1s. But Zensanity, I have to really commend their ability to stabilize rounds. Like, Zensanity so far has been the person to get a kill when there's 2 people down in your team, and absolutely played that so well. But as you can see, is this PRX something on my screen right now? Getting those knife kills and those back-to-back op shots, like, it's crazy. A very competitive play, and we can see that Wyvern has brought out that timeout. And what do you think so far has helped Wyverns make this map so competitive, Atlas?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it really comes down to the gunplay in that round. I mean, I thought it would be Maeve coming online, but actually, Sayo proven she is the queen on this server thus far. And I mean, even though it looked a little bit shaky early on in the half, of course, Wyverns going up to 5-2. It's a great adjustment for the side of Silly Girls that they've managed to tie things back up, and I really think it does come down to they've started to hit their shots. They've started to have some of those more heroic plays that we saw earlier on Haven, whereas earlier on in this map, I feel like there was just a lot more, you know, solo peaks that they were getting punished for, whereas now they are really coming back into it with this team play.
Yeah, it's good to see Silly Girls actually make those, and this is adaptations to come to this score in the scoreboard. But yeah.
Shadows traveling.
And now, interestingly, we have 2 operators online, so on a map like this, with these long tight lines, fair enough. The shot will be missed though, as the Hunter's Fury will now come out. That's the tag onto Sayo, who will dodge it and stay alive for now. Psyche alone on this site. You gotta be careful, but Sayo is still around. Iris taken out at mid, but Psyche and Sayo are still around, and it's all down to trash. Annihilation is available, but I don't think they'll be investing it here, as, well, that was quite the sight hold, Chams.
Yeah, it feels like all my, looks like Zyro is completely trying to fool Trash on this one, but it looks like it's just going to be saved on the side of Wyverns, and I can't really criticize the way that Wyverns were playing that round. I mean, they really kind of had the upper hand, but then just the gunplay on the side of Silicals completely annihilated any kind of attempt to get the plant down. We see that Psyche, even if the visibility
30 seconds left.
hasn't been really helpful, we see that their gunplay and their ability to stabilize rounds, much like Insanity, have been quite advantaged and maybe even pivotal for getting these round wins. And it's not like these rounds have been easy to win either. Wyverns have certainly made it competitive,
10
but
seconds
in
left.
just about 10 seconds, this round might just be over, and Trash is successful in that save, especially saving that annihilation, going into the final round of this half. Will Silicals get to that advantage,
Last
or
round
will
before the
Wyverns be
switch.
able to tie this up at 6-6?
Yeah, well, looking at the economy, it was definitely the right decision to save there, because, I mean, look at the rest of the team. It's going to be a rough buy, and of course, like you said, it's the last round in the half, so they're going to throw everything they can at it, and of course, Maeve has the, the Blade Storm, so that's going to help, but, it's Bulldogs across the board, of course, the saved rifle. You do have the Annihilation, but on the other side of things, I mean, Psyche, that ultimate, I forget what it's called. I'm not too familiar with Vise just yet, but could cause a lot of impact to Zyro. Okay, just do it with your gun. 3 kills to start. Clone out round the corner, dodging all of these blades, chasing down Maeve. They know where they are. They are hungry for that kill. Maybe getting a little bit over eager as they will get taken out. But they've definitely caused the damage here.
Absolutely. Analysis, Zyro, go kill. That's all I have for you. And it looks like they've done just that. I mean, I don't really fault any kind of dual play when they get a little bit overzealous like that. You have to try to get that advantage as much as possible. But it looks like this half is going to be a 7-5 for the side of Silicals, but of course I might just have jinxed them completely. I hope I haven't.
I mean, hey, it started off, what was it, round 3 or round 4? It was a 3 versus 5, so who knows, maybe Maeve and AGRC can get something done here. There's still 40 seconds to play with, but, it's still deadlock around, who's crept all the way forward, a 1-for-1 trade, leaving Maeve in quite the difficult position, but yeah, we'll have to see. It's Insanity misses the up shot, but that's very valuable information as well. There's that ultimate. They are actually... no, they're not going to even keep their weapons, so they only have a classic. This is almost certainly over at this point. Oh my gosh. No, what am I watching? The running gun! Okay, Maeve, collect the consolation prize. 4 kills, and of course, no round, but maybe an ace on the cards of Zensanity peeks out, but no, we're not going to see it. But
oh my god, okay, that could actually... Maeve actually almost made that work. If Insanity made the choice to push up, then I feel like Maeve might have actually won that. But yeah, Zyro once again just completely annihilating the initial push on the side of Wyverns, and Iris able to gain the kill of AGRC. But look at this, like, again, I know it's very silly kind of stuff happening, but just the fact that Maeve was able to get that close, it's a little bit scary. But I really want to discuss one thing going into this attacking half from the side of Silicals. Is that non-initiator is not having an initiator really going to affect how the... I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by these gorgeous looking fishes in this fish tank.
Yeah, where on even is this? I didn't even know this existed on this.
Neither did I. It's lovely to
see.
see.
They're so cute.
Love them. I know, they look like... I feel it kind of looks like Thrash. I don't know why. It's giving Thrash vibes. Of course, Gecko's alt Thrash is what I'm referring to there. But going back into... yeah, right? Like the scale. Maybe it's I think it's the scales and maybe the eyes. But is Silicals not having an initiator going to be a massive disadvantage on this map, on this match? Because it's not like they had a dominating half. They don't have a good... I feel like if they were planning to have a little bit of a safety cushion going into the attacking half, they don't really have that. So I wonder if their gamble on the double sentinel might be worth it at the end. But of course, Harbor is, I feel like one of the better controls you can have going into your attacking half with the walls, the horizontal and the vertical walls, I'd say, available to them, completely cut off sight lines. But yeah, what do you think? Is no initiator a mistake?
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, something that I wanted to talk about when Silly Girls were down in those rounds, I think one of the problems they were having on their defense was just a lack of information. Because if you actually look at their comp, they don't have that much info gathering, right? Unless you're checking with your body, the only ability that gives them information early on is the Arc Rose from Vise. So I think that's why we were seeing them struggle early on, is that they just had to peak with their bodies and they were losing the fights. They were just losing the 1v1s. And so it's really credit to them, to be honest, that they were able to bring it back to 7-5, the advantage in the half even. Because now going forward, I reckon that they'd actually be favored on their attack, considering that they do have this double duelist, you know, the Yoru can TP past those Cypher setups, and yeah, we'll have to see how it goes, because once they get on the site, they will be able to lock it down with Double Sentinel. Yeah, early skirmish towards mid here. Even trades though. Got 2 apiece, leaving us with 3 on each side. But I think this might be good for the defense, because they do have both Sentinels alive, but as I say that, Zyro has gotten all the way onto the B site. There's not a piece of Sentinel utility in sight. Trash, the only one nearby, holding this upper angle, where Zyro will take a peek, but TP out. So that's now a bit of space on the map that will have to be re-cleared. Of course, Insanity. This is a cheeky little angle, able to hold towards heaven while not being, revealed, not being exposed. The other entrance onto the site, but they will drop back down as the bubble expires. But they are now crouched, forced out as Trash. Will quickly scoop up that kill, picks up the frenzy. Now going in to try and defuse that spike. Flash out is now the barrier mesh to try and hold them back. Zyro has collected both kills.
Yeah. I initially kind of maybe not criticized, questioned since Identity is a harbor pick. But looking at that round, I feel that was really paid off, especially with the Cove allowing you to really push further and get a very safe plan. I feel like it kind of negates the disadvantage of not having an initiative. But whatever said and done, if you have a Zyra on your team, it really doesn't matter who you play. You just win either way.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely no denying that Silly Girls, Zyra and Zyra, this dynamic duo of duelists. Gosh, that's a bit of alliteration for you, but it's been paying off a lot, and it's been helping them win rounds 100%. You can see that now as they go for another fast site execute, taking out AGRC on the backside. The trip's really nothing but a slight nuisance for them to shoot. A little bit of target practice as Zyro wants to swing forward, blindside through, fully catching on to Cat Goggy, and Zyro picks up both kills, even though the low HP might have made them go down to just a single shot. Doesn't matter, as they've now snuck into vents. As, yeah, really not much of a chance in this round at all. Is okay. Well, that's a gun lost, but I think it's okay.
Maybe no, I think they only just lost one gun there because one of them had a stinger. So I don't think it's a massive loss on the side of Basilicos, but Zyro has been annihilating these defensive abilities. I mean, just completely negating all the trips and being able to flash through your own harbor's wall and getting that surprise peek and the surprise kill, completely kind of dominating so far. But of course, they were playing against weaker weapons, and now this is the true test onto Silly Girls' attack half.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the strategy is mainly just going to be go fast, go hard, try and overwhelm the site, try and push the site angles back. Once you have the site, it's very hard to get back in for the retakers, but if Cat Goggy can mow down the offense like that, it's not going to make a difference no matter what strategy you have, because yeah, not much you can do when you just lose 3 players to your opposing server. Maybe Zyra can make something happen. Well, goodbye, clone. My friend, my brother, come back.
Absolutely.
Oh, Maeve's in
with the ace, but nope.
No, denied.
Maeve, typical duelist teammate, steals your ace. That's heartbreaking to see. But yeah, I think Wyverns held on to that initial pressure really well. Catgog is the MVP of that run, absolutely getting it 3K just like that, making sure that I have to say Zyro, entertaining player to watch and super fun to see as well. But again, that was just the Basilicals were playing against a little bit of a strong buy. So now let's see how things really shape up for the side of Silicals.
Yeah, absolutely. And this time, for the full buy round, it's actually going to be just a default. This is really the first time we've seen it come out for Silly Girls. As to be honest, I don't know if I like it. I mean, I think a change in pace is definitely a good idea to throw in every now and then. But as I say that, it was slow to begin with, but now they're just going to hit the go button. They're going to be going on towards the B site. Of course, with the Reckoning, Iris has gotten Cat Goggy. That was towards mid. Now Zyro is free to explore, free to try and find some of these kills, as Trash should have been spotted there, and as the high tide drops, Zyro converts the kill, gets out, and now in a numbers advantage with the spike down, this is looking excellent for the Silly Girls.
Yeah. It's just Zyro again. Zyro go kill has been really helpful for the side of Silly Girls, and we see the Vice utility come through there, stopping any kind of or hampering any kind of defusal attempts. But I don't feel like that's even possible with both of these Wyvern players completely withdrawn, trying to save those guns. But looking into that map with the side, the round itself. Again, that aggressive play that Wyvern, the Silly Girls possess is really their true advantage. And Zyro again, considering listening to the voices, don't listen to the voices, Zyro. Don't do it. You need to stay with your team. You can't jump off the map again.
Yeah, but they've played with the void a little bit in this game so far.
Yeah. But looking at the scoreboard, like 17 and 15 to Seiyuu and Zyro, a complete mirror matchup of what happened in the previous map.
Yeah, it really is the duelists at the end of the day that are really doing the bulk of the lifting for Silly Girls. And I think the strategy is great, right? When you have such talented players, let's play at a fast pace, right? You can go in fast, get the site, get that bomb down, and then let your duelist players go and push, cause troubles, make it so that the defense has to re-clear as they are now. Look at the problems that they're causing Sayo in their faces. Eventually it gets taken out. But look, Zyro's still around, TP's out. Look how much they've done so much. And now there's 2 Sentinels alive that you have to fight through. How on earth are you going to retake? It's just such a great strategy that they've been able to pull off so far. I mean, Kipsy and Trash, they're going to make it go out of this, but no, it's over in a second as Zyro finishes things off.
Again, I really have to commend whoever is calling for the side of Silly Girls and letting Zio and Zyro, just letting them play off each other. That's been completely there. Look at that, like the ability of Yoru to just flash and then Zio just pushes out, gets 2 kills like that. Amazing stuff, and that kind of freedom is what you kind of need to give your duelist players instead of just having them stuck to a role, I'd say. So I feel like Silly Girls have been really successful in actually utilizing the strengths of their players.
Yeah, a little bit of an asterisk on that round is that Iris did in fact pop the Annihilation at the end. I'm not too sure if they were trying to like steal one of those last kills, but they're not going to have that moving into this round. But it doesn't matter, because Zyro and Psyche starting things off excellent once again. A bit of a team flash, but it doesn't matter. Let Zyro go. Unleash them. Let them out. As against this eco, they can really get all these kills. Start building up to more of those ults as Zyro's going to TP back, look towards the flank, and they might have found a great timing. As we look away, it is going to be a trade, just 1-for-1, Maeve and Zyro. Iris is going to be left here, having heard both of those last players, of course, has the grab net. They could throw it in and cause a lot of trouble, but choose to fight instead. It's a 1-for-1, now leaving Trash with 2 players left to find, but only a Sheriff. They've thrown it onto the ground, they have to pick it up a different one, and they've gotten the kill, but I don't think there's enough time unless... Perhaps, yeah, no time at all. So maybe just gonna have to try and save the Guardian. No, not even gonna get away with that. So it's gonna be Silly Girls getting up to series point here on Abyss. And like I was kind of speculating, Silly Girl's attack has looked pretty scary.
Yeah. I mean, we were kind of having doubts of how they're going to fill that gap with no initiator, but they've done that completely well by utter overwhelming pressure. We see that I feel that Sayo is kind of like a secondary site entry kind of fragger, because they come and they just sweep the floor and they just make sure everyone's dead for the rest of the team to come in. And oh my god,
That's crazy. I mean,
that's not how you want to start off a potential map point round for the side of Wyverns, I'd say.
no, not at all. I mean, that's a crazy peek there. Sayo jumping past, the op shot missed, and then Maeve doesn't even manage to get away. It's just, yeah, Sayo's world. Yeah, living in it. Zyro TPing past any potential sniper chips or anything. There really isn't much on the site at all. Zyro once again going for this little blindside play. It comes through. They've managed to do it once again. It's a little bit whiffy, but they have converted, and now they're all the way up in heaven. Zyo's going into their spawn. This might be it. Patagonia doing their best to try and stay alive. AGRC's the last one, and what a shot for Iris to close things out. 13-6. This is a 2-0 series for Silly Girls.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Silly Girls have been completely victorious in their strategy of complete overwhelm, completely pressuring their opponent here. And again, not to feel like a broken record, but Sayo and Zyro have been the complete like golden gun, I'd say. 21 kills each, 42 kills from 2 players in one team. It is kind of unheard of, and I'm not trying that to kind of tread down on the other 3 players, because they've been amazing with their utility as well. Like I mentioned, Insanity have been kind of pivotal in the ability to bring that sort of normalcy and stability, especially when those rounds when Silly Girls weren't really doing too well and they were a couple of players down. But Wyverns really showed a lot of potential, I'd say, in this second map on that map pick. It's just I feel like they haven't really found an identity maybe to how to play, because comparatively to Silly Girls, we see that they've completely bought into this style of double key aggressive, and kind of made their set plays and their compositions around it, which is what you need to do if you really want to be successful. So at the end of the day, it just feels like Wyverns maybe had a little bit too many things going against them outside of just raw gunplay. But yeah, what do you think of this lovely, exciting match we just had?
Yeah, I mean, you really put it perfectly. It was really Zyro and Sayo's world. I mean, 13 first bloods between them in a match that's 13-6. I mean, that kind of says it all, right? When your duelists are doing that much for you, if you're losing, something's going very, very wrong with the rest of the team. But I mean, no, they clearly were able to convert it. Of course, dominant on Haven, 13-4 as we look back at the series. And coming into Abyss, bit of a rocky start as they did fall behind for the first time in the series, but yeah, it really, really was incredible for the side of the Silly Girls. And yeah, like you said, it's not like Wyverns had an awful time. I think they definitely did a great job. And yeah, I think moving forward, there's definitely some hope for them. I think, yeah, maybe just an off day as far as the aim goes, because I think firepower was definitely one of the things that they were missing. But yeah, with that being said, that's this series wrapped up. So I'm not too sure which game we're going into next, but we will be right back after a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Oceanic Rising Stars here in Oceania. Hello everyone and welcome back to Oceanic Rising Stars, hosted here by Sumsock. My name is Atlas, I'm joined by Chams, and we're getting into a second series today, getting silly with it once again because we are going into LIKITY versus Silly Girls, and I've got a little bit of info here that we are going to the exact same maps that we just saw Silly Girls on, so yeah, your thoughts, Chams?
Yeah, I mean, coming off, we are following Silly Girls again for this match as well. And as we see, the map bans have come through, and as Atlas teased before, it's the same maps as the last match we had. But I believe the ban order is a little bit different. We see that LIKITY has banned Bind, Silly Girls have banned Sunset, and then LIKITY has picked Haven, Silly Girls picking Abyss. And if you were over for that last match, you would definitely know why they would have picked Abyss. LIKITY banning Icebox, Silly Girls banning Ascent, and of course leaving the Decider to be Lotus. Do you think there's a reason why both of these matches have the same map pool, or do you think it's just preference from the teams?
Yeah, you do gotta question it. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, I don't really mind because we don't have to see Icebox or Ascent, so, you know, I'm happy about that. But, yeah, I guess maybe it's just comfort maps. I know, yeah, I'm surprised Lotus hasn't been picked a little bit earlier because I know for the past couple of months here in Game Changers Oceania, it's been a very popular map, but I guess a lot of teams are wanting to try out Abyss being the newer map. And I mean, we just came off seeing Abyss from Silly Girls, where they had quite the experimental comp that did end up netting them the win. Of course, 13-6 over Wyvern. But yeah, going into the first map, we're actually going to be going to Haven, where, oh, actually looks like we've had a sub come in for Silly Girls. So Channel Orange, I believe that is Cat Zara. So, yeah.
And Penchico as well?
Yeah, and Penchico. So
wasn't playing last.
yeah, we're having a swap. Yeah, okay, that makes sense because I think Penchico was actually a little bit late. So I seeing as they've swapped back in. So what would that be? Iris going out, and who else? Have I forgotten already? We literally just saw this.
Oh yeah, happens to the best of us. I should have it somewhere. Let me just find out for you who has stepped out, but looks like we have missed a little bit of the agent select. I believe it was Psyche J, and Iris have swapped out for Penchico and Channel Orange. I wonder, I mean, of course the team must have its own reason, but we still have Sayo and Zyro playing together. Yes. And I couldn't quite see if they picked up that double duels, but I don't really see a reason for them not to. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I believe we did see that come out, and I believe this is actually the real roster of Silly Girls that we're seeing, which, well, I mean, either that or I could be wrong, but I'm not 100% sure, but all I know is that Channel Orange, I'm 90% sure that is Cat Zero, that is Reach, whatever name they're going by at the moment. It's the player that I know, and you know, that's going to be adding to what is already a very, very strong Silly Girls. Of course, we saw Zyro and Sayo going absolutely insane. And, you know, honestly, I think Channel Orange or Cat Zero is going to do the exact same. Whereas looking over to the other side of things, over for LIKITY, once again, oh, wait, hold on. We're looking at Abyss. I think the first map's Haven, not Abyss. So that's wrong. But I think the comps here are correct. We're seeing, yeah, once again, something a little bit more of a standard comp. Actually, the exact same as we saw from Wyvern, which they did lose 13-4 to Silly Girls. But the only difference being a Killjoy for this Cypher.
It looks like we have a fade coming in for Silly Girls as well. Wasn't really the case when we saw them play Haven last time. And I should also mention that LIKITY hasn't been tested today, as they had a forfeit game in their first matchup. As we saw that Swaglord has unfortunately decided to withdraw from the entire tournament as they get ready to prep for Thailand. So this is their first time playing this week, and they're going against a team that kind of dominated their first matchup as well. So I do hope that LIKITY is very well prepared and warmed up, because this one is not going to be easy for them.
Absolutely, but at the same time, of course, them having that buy, they could have been keeping their eyes on the stream, and of course we're going to the exact same maps, so
True.
you know, maybe
That's
they'll
true.
be a little bit prepped for it. But at the same time, like you mentioned, it's Silly Girls, they've had some swaps themselves. I believe they've
Yes.
swapped out Breach for Fade, and I
Yeah.
think that's the only change.
That's the only change. And one thing I mentioned last time we saw Silly Girls play this match against map against Wyverns, that they didn't play against the Cypher, but this time they are. So we do have to wonder if the Cypher utility will negate the aggressiveness of Silly Girls. And we have a little bit more time before we're heading to the matchup, and we do see that Silly Girls are on the attacking side, and last time they played this map a little while ago, they got 10 rounds on it. So we will have to see if LIKITY will have the ability to not let that happen again, because an advantage like that, and you're playing against a team that fired up, it's not really fun.
Absolutely, and I mean, yeah, it should be interesting to see how this goes. As you
Yes.
mentioned, the Cypher being the only difference as far as Silly Girls are concerned,
Mm.
they're doing the same thing against the same team, but the difference is that instead of going into a Killjoy, they will be going into a Cypher, which, in my opinion, against this comp, against this Neon and Yo, might actually be a better Sentinel. Although, with that being said, actually, we got another thing wrong. Silly Girls have swapped Zyro over to the Yoru instead of the ISO, which I think,
You are right.
whether they
Yes.
knew that they were going to be going up against a Cypher or not, the Yoru is undoubtedly going to be far better
Better.
against getting past those trips.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we're going to see it straight away as, well, the site hit is looking to be hard and fast as it's towards the C site. They've spotted the trip. The dog is going to clear it out for them so they can sneak past, but Jizori is opening this round with the first kill, traded by Panchiko, and that spike will go down without much of a hitch. Bit of a skirmish possibly about to go down at mid. Channel Orange just sneaking forward on the luck towards Garage. No, we're seeing it happen in real time. It's a little bit whiffy, but the shots come through. But Radiant Price from behind on that flank has managed to secure a trade. So 3 versus 3, but the spike is down. And once again, we're seeing this very, very aggressive post plant from the Silly Girls that let them do so well on that first map against Wyvern. And nice to fly over the top. Sonder in time, though. Oh, they're managing to convert some of these kills. Now down to a 1v1, but it's against Zyro. The time, yeah, like you said, it's coming down, and yeah, it's just going to be forfeited at that point as far as this pistol round is concerned. As Silly Girls start things off right where they left off.
Definitely, that Fade pick is pivotal, I feel, for the side of Silly Girls to find out and negate those Cypher trips. We saw that it really helped Zyro completely bomb into sight and get so many kills. But we saw that Panchiko was the kind of highlight in that round there, and coming off for the first game of the day like that is a good sign for Silly Girls.
Absolutely, what a confidence booster. Straight back from work into the gaming chair, and you're starting off like that. I mean, you gotta love it. And once again, it's going to be fast towards the C site. The spy cam does get a tag on, but we're not seeing any spam kills. Nothing cheeky happening just yet. And of course, being an eco round, no trips to worry about. None of those were invested.
Spike planted.
Classics across the board, except for Sonder in time and Radiant Rice, who do have sheriffs. As yeah, well, there's a kill coming out onto Channel Orange. There's the flank, very much compromised, but the Paranoia and Prowler revealing these positions and putting them in a world of hurt as the kills will come through. And yeah, pretty harmless round, all things considered. They will save through 4 weapons for their bonus.
Yeah, I mean, not much really have to be said when you have that massive gun advantage, especially in the hands of someone like Saya and Zyro. But we saw that LIKITY were trying to do a massive flank play with 4 players rotating and just already trying to hold down that side to not much avail. But things are reset. Silly Girls, this is kind of a bit of a solid test onto their abilities, but no one has taken the spike from spawn.
Yeah, maybe just looking to throw a bit of a fake here as over towards the C site we're seeing Panchico and Zyro, no, not Zyro, Sayo, sorry, getting them mixed up, but yeah, they were causing a little bit of pressure, but
Ooh.
yeah, LIKITY not budging at all as Radiant Rice was all the way pushed up. That's something that Silly Girls didn't really have to deal with much earlier on today, and so once again, it's going to be an early pick from a Jet in A main. That's going to be the downfall potentially of Silly Girls as it was for one of the very few rounds they lost earlier. But now they make their way on towards the side. This is the bonus round. They're not expected to win, and the flash is amazing. I'm not even sure who was from. It was a team flashes. Well, the horn's even better, revealing those positions. Unfortunately, the spam not quite coming through, but Insanity has found themselves in the back lines, but taken out after a beautiful fault line from Kevin. What a name, by the way, Kevin. Great name.
Yeah, I love that name, Kevin.
Now it's
My
Panchico
favorite
all
minion.
on their own.
30 seconds left.
So,
Kevin the minion from Despicable Me. I feel like that's where the name comes from. But a really good side hold from LIKITY, because we know that Silly Girls are such an unrelenting and powerful force when it comes to those side attacks. But I think Kevin deserves a lot of credit at the end, stabilizing the round. They were getting detected by the Fed utility and getting pushed and having to stun all the players at the same time. I think Kevin did an amazing job using their utility to make sure that they have an advantage.
yeah, definitely really well placed fault line there, and yeah, I mean, maybe Silly Girls will have a little bit more to contest with against LIKITY as compared to Wyvern. As already they weren't able to convert the bonus round, but once again going back to the tried and true, sending the duelists in towards C, and it's paid off in spades. Oh, Caitlyn waiting here in garage. Oh, converting the kill. Okay, and there's a second as well. Rolling in, equaling out the numbers, but are they ready for Channel Orange coming in on the flank? It doesn't look like it, but timing isn't quite there. There we go, peeking around the corner, and there we go, all converted at the end of the day.
Yeah, Caitlyn tried their best to stabilize that round. I mean, they put down two, I would assume, two of the best players on the other side. But Channel Orange, haven't seen a lot of them so far because they weren't playing that previous match. But we see that they're playing a bit more of a conventional role, I'd say, of that rotating and flanking cipher. So it's lovely to see that coming through.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, that kind of reminds me of what we were seeing earlier on in that first game. Of course, we're going to keep comparing to it since we just saw Silly Girls play, but we saw a lot of usage of the flanks, whether it was the Omen player, I believe. Who was it at the time? It was, it doesn't matter. Alright, now, because Panchico, one of the players subbing in, continuing to have an excellent performance here. But yeah, the flanks have been a big part of Silly Girls' gameplay, and you can see, look at the minimap, look where Channel Orange is fighting towards mid, drawing so much attention. Does get taken out by Sonder in time, and that's a rifle that can be picked up on this eco round. But yeah, definitely question marks there. It's actually going to be some ultimates invested. Io sending it in, having to 180. There we go. What a flick! And continuing on, would expect nothing left. Another dash left, dodging the flash, and there's the follow-up onto Kevin. Ults invested against an eco round, but it pays off.
It pays. I mean, I'm not really against using Neon ult like that, because you get, like, especially the way that Sire plays, you get that ultimate points back really fast. To secure a round like that, I feel like it's not that hard to use. And it looks like I'm watching Kang from Edward Gaming play here with those slides and those flicks and those little 180s that Sao just did to win that round, and 8 kills right off the bat. Is it going to be a quick game once again?
Yeah. Well, that's a play we've seen before, and it doesn't work out too well for the defense, but the Hunter's Fury is able to secure a trade onto Zyro. That's a rare occurrence there, with the Yoru not having TP down in the early round, so wasn't able to escape. Zyro, of course, is filling up the gap, but actually unable to convert the kill. It's actually Channel Orange's Insanity wants to get it done. The supporting players coming out and shooting for Silly Girls. It's not just Zyro and Zyro. This time it's the whole team now left in this 3 versus 2. looking to hold on to this site, but Jazora has opened it up now with the mural them. That's going to reveal the position of Zensanity, bringing this down back to a 1 versus 1. The Cyphers dueling against each other. And of course, that camera will reveal where Jazori is, and well, it's going to be the kill going the way of Channel Orange in 5 rounds here for Silly Girls.
Yeah, Channel Orange, I feel like deserves a lot of credit for playing to their roles, to playing the peak of their roles so far, making sure that the utility is perfect for those rotates coming through from the attack of the opposing defense side. And Zensanity did actually a really nice play of using their ultimate to teleport to the back of the side while the rest of the team was attacking, so that they would have a little bit of a surprising aura to make sure to catch Kevin off guard later on. And looks like LIKITY has gone into a timeout, and I don't blame them. I mean, being 4 rounds behind isn't exactly where you want to be, especially when you're playing as a team like Silly Girls, who have proven that if you give them momentum and if you give them that chance, then they'll go the distance, right? So they have to stem the bleeding on the side of LIKITY as soon as possible, or we're just going to have a repeat of that first matchup.
100%. They would keep on talking about that first matchup because it honestly looked so similar to what we're seeing now, where you know, it was, you know, pretty early 2-1 start. You know, things going as expected. One team wins the pistols, the next team wins the 3rd round. But then, just as we saw over against Wyverns, Silly Girls have pulled ahead fairly significantly. And yeah, I mean, they're looking to take an early lead, potentially extending it, if I was to guess. I mean, I don't imagine they're taking their foot off the pedal anytime soon, as once again, it's in towards the C site where no one on LIKITY, yeah, they stacked over towards B and mid with a little bit of aggressive play.
Yeah.
And I think,
let me take this chance to commend the supporting players of Silly Girls, because we see that Zyra isn't exactly living up to that hype from first game. But so far, we've seen all of the other players make up for that and completely do their role of getting those kills where they need to be. Like Channel Orange is doing right here, and Penchi could just did right there as well.
yeah, totally. Big flank, and lots of fights coming through. The flash, not quite timed right. Insanity! Oh, the fancy footwork, outmaneuvering Kevin. That's a rough one. Of course, it was just an eco, so hopefully LIKITY can just laugh that one off. But yeah, that was.
Zensanity has brought a complete insanity to this game. They've been completely dominating a lot of these aim duels, like you just saw there, and even on other rounds of getting those pivotal kills. So it's lovely to see all of the team kind of running on all cylinders, especially when one of your star duels is not really doing that hot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you say that, but they're definitely still shooting. And they just keep on going in at this pace, you know. I mean, this Cypher trip is not really getting that much value since the Prowler just deactivates it and lets these duelists run on through. And even though there was 4 players stacked on site, 4 players with guns, Silly Girls just barrel their way through like it's nothing.
Very true. If you ask me, like, how are they doing this? It's a very simple answer. They're playing with such synergy. The utilities and the baiting and all of that in a really baiting in a really nice way, as you saw with the Fade utility coming, taking I believe it was Caitlin's attention over to the backside and using that opportunity. Zyra just quickly peeks and gets that kill. That's the kind of stuff you're seeing like tier 1, I believe. So this team is playing extremely well and playing to their strengths, which is exactly what we need to see them do.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to start questioning. For me, it's you can't just keep using the same Cypher setup. Clearly, they know exactly how to deal with it. Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, now you can see they've just decided to start stacking more players there, but it doesn't matter because now the swap-up comes and now Silly Girls fighting their way over onto the A site.
It looks like Silly Girls has such a good read on this team on how they're gonna play, but ooh, Radiant Price.
The Omen push unsuccessful, but Zyro still around, not actually able to convert that kill. Slumbering Time wasn't blinded, I don't believe, but Channel Orange around behind with the shots, okay. Uncharacteristic of Silly Girls, but down to a 1v1 where Sayo is still alive, still around hell, and they will convert that kill.
Simple one tap, you know, just a simple, elegant, very demure, very mindful, I'd say, from Sayo in that last kill there. But like I mentioned, like, this team is so good at filling gaps in their play. If something goes wrong, if Zyro like whiffs, there's something to completely negate that. And someone to come and trade that, which is something so rare to see in this level of play, but Silly Girls are completely outplaying LIKITY.
Yeah, completely in control is a great way to put it, is they're looking to take themselves to exactly the same point they did just a few hours ago. As, maybe even more, because, I mean, it's 1-8 right now, and doesn't look like they're stopping anytime soon. As Zyro around the back, disrespect after that fade ult. The ultimate paired perfectly, and even though some of the players on LIKITY are starting to shoot back, we saw Jazori get 1-2 kills maybe, but the site's being completely busted open. Now the neural death positions reveal is insanity. That's a little bit ambitious when you should know that there's another person to your right. Now down to a 2 versus 2, and Silly Girls, they're staying on site. They know where these players are. They're swinging together, and they're converting the kills. Silly Girls, it's like they're blowing over a house of cards. It's so easy for them.
Yeah, and I don't say this in to like put down LIKITY. I feel like they're playing as best they can, but like, how are you supposed to play against set plays and this kind of synergy on the side of Silly Girls? Again, I do feel like I'm watching against like I'm watching like a tier 1 team playing in this small tournament, and sometimes I just kind of feels like it's a little bit unfair as well for the side of LIKITY.
Yeah, it is actually crazy how dominant this is thus far, and who knows, maybe we'll see a little bit of a resurgence, but I mean, with how the Silly Girls have been playing, it's just not really looking like they're given much breathing room for LIKITY at all. Yeah, it really is just dominance as Radiant Rice does manage to collect one, but Sayo's still around, still getting kills, as is Zyro in the back of side, TPing back to their team, where Channel Orange has found the last. This might be an even more dominant half than anything that we've seen so far today.
I have to say, these have been some of the fastest rounds I've ever seen in any kind of Valorant I've ever watched. Like 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds into the round, Silly Girls have almost got the plant down. And like 10 seconds after that, the entire round is won. Which is an insane thing to me, because it's not, in this game, it's not easy to just roll over your team like that. And the fact that Silly Girls are doing this, like, it's kind of insane to me.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy the consistency at which they're doing it as well, of course. This is
Exactly.
their third game, and even though they've swapped out some of the players, you know, we talk about those duelists pretty often. Zyro and Sayo, they're still at it. They're doing whatever they want, really, and it seems to work every time. Whereas this time, maybe they're going to face a little bit more pressure on the side. But Zyro's still converting 2 kills. The overdrive, though, unable to do too much for Sayo, and that leaves now a 3 versus 3. And for
This is
once, Silly
amazing
Girls
from Rise.
kind of surrounded.
Yeah, Radiant Rice has done so much, but I wish they should have stayed a little bit more to catch this attempt at rotating. But the fact that they're still here is a really good sign of the kind of strategy that LIKITY and this kind of calling that LIKITY has. But we see that Silly Girls are slowly rotating now.
Yeah. Oh, and the Horn doesn't spot out Radiant Rice, so Channel Orange might fall here. Yep, they do. Yeah, but Panchico could be peeking out any second now. Yep, there we go. There's another kill. It's Caitlyn, the only one remaining. And they're not really going to see too much as the spike's going all the way over to A. And of course, they do have the From the Shadows they can use to reposition, join the team. Oh, well, there's not really any team left to try and make up this lost space. But at the same time, as soon as Silly Girls fail that, they're going to be looking left, right, and center. Even as it is, I don't think they really know where Caitlyn's coming from. So, of course, the element of surprise on her side. As Insanity getting seen TPing up, but the shots are missed. Then Penchico, okay, that's a nice shot for Caitlyn. And I think she knows where Insanity is. As the TP goes through, the head is spotted. Oh, why didn't she shoot? Insanity's so low, holding the shorty, playing in the dark cover. As Caitlyn misses the last bullet pump, swaps over to the classic and wins it out. There's no way what just happened.
Yeah, Caitlyn kind of hesitated twice in that round to kill Insanity, but so glad they're able to get out of it
Switching sides.
to win up that round at the end. But what a half from the side of Siligas. It feels like I'm watching the same first game once again. But actually, I would say that's wrong, because we're not saying the same dominance performance from Zyra and Saya, not because of any of their faults, because Panchico, the Insanity, and Channel Orange have completely just tried to take over the scoreboard as well, which we really want to see from all the players.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crucial 1v2 to come through, I have to be honest, because, like,
I mean,
without it,
the entirety of Silly Girls have at least 10 kills. Like, what is that in total? That's like 50 plus kills on the entire team. Like, I feel like that's kind of it's kind of special to have. Like I mentioned, it's not that Zyra and Zaya are like doing bad. It's the other team members have really stepped up. Maybe this is why they're the main team, if that is what the case is. But what can LIKITY do to bring this map back into their favor?
Oh, I mean, who knows at this point? They're going to have to put together a pretty stellar attacker half, and, well, you know, as us casters like to say, it generally starts with winning a pistol, and if you can then convert the bonus, well, then things start getting a little bit more believable. But I mean, I don't know, the one extra round they won at the end there, it was kind of heroic, let's be real. I mean, even if there was a perfect opportunity for Caitlyn to have, you know, done it with the Vandal or, you know, anything like that, it's still a 1v2, you know, so...
Yeah. I think a player that has tried their best to bringing some sort of winning towards their team, which is Radiant Rise, you know. It's nice to see that your duo is at the top of the leaderboard, but of course it's not really much you can do if the team is just completely suffocating you with their presence and their aggressive playstyle. But Radiant Rise needs to maybe pull a little bit more weight, because we did see a couple of whiffs, a couple of misplays, but so far LIKITY really needs to kind of amp it up on the side of their attack half, and maybe they might also play a little bit more aggressive, seeing that it works really for Silly Girls, but then you don't really want to just do what your opponents are doing either.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, I think Radiant Rise definitely had a few moments. I mean, they were getting theirs pretty often, but it's just Silly Girls' discipline. They were always seemingly able to get the trade and didn't really let Radiant Rise get away with, you know, more than they really should have, which is, yeah, really, once again, credit to Silly Girls for being so damn consistent. So, a little bit of an opening skirmish comes through. No damage exchange, just a few missed shots. A little bit of information, but looks like Silly Girls kind of have the read here, looking to try and collapse in through mid and also rotate over towards the A site at the same time. Some crazy trips that I'm seeing, looking to try and get some kills from Heaven, is that they should be spotted. Jisori, though, on the back lines, taking a lot of damage as the spike will go down. Now Orange, though, staying around on the side, moves the spike, plant is Insanity coming in from behind. Ooze wasn't cleared. Zyro has cleaned up here. And Panchico on the flank, finishing this off. This is 2-11 now for Silly Girls. Pistol round converted. They should be going on to ruin this anti-eco, and from there, it's just one round. So,
like
I
we
don't
mentioned
know if
before.
it's going to go very long.
Absolutely. But like we mentioned before, winning that pistol round is absolutely pivotal for LIKITY and the fact that they haven't done it is kind of the final nail on the coffin. So we'll just have to wait and see if there is anything left for LIKITY to take advantage of.
Yeah, and you can see they have forced up some weapons, sticking it, finding some value, but immediately traded back. Although, as I say that, that's a classic that's found some value. And, with that being said, there's also a lot of damage that has gone through onto Caitlyn and Jazori, which makes that Judge in Sayo's hands all the more potent. But of course, you have to close the gap for that to happen, and I think they might have been spotted with that weapon. Channel Orange swinging out, somehow managed to go 1-for-1. Then Sanity swinging out, collecting that other one. Caitlyn, okay, suddenly down towards a 1 versus 1, and Sayo might just try and run out here, as they do with the Judge. They managed to pick up the 12th round. It got very, very close for an anti-eco, let's be real here, but
it's quite expensive. Quite expensive, but we saw that LIKITY also had bought up a little bit, some stingers, maybe a sheriff or whatnot. So it's not like they're just playing against classics. But yeah, the final match point, maybe. We'll just have to wait and see how it goes through.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's a bit of a weird buy across the board. Like you said, LIKITY had forced up, so even them, they're not really going into a gun round of their own. So this is really anyone's game here. But for Silly Girls, I imagine they would love to close this one out, take us to Abyss as fast as possible as we get later in towards the evening. Zyra revealed here with the Judge. They're still gonna manage to get a kill, immediately traded. But Panchiko spamming through the box, they see the barrel. Okay, what excellent play with that seize. Maybe looking for a little bit more. Spotted Caitlyn, they might just try and run away. No, they picked up a Judge. Okay, that's a decision. His Jazori just holding strong here, making sure that he can come out of nowhere as another horn comes out. Panchiko with the Judge. No, not like this. Now with the classic. Oh no, the knife to finish off the game. The disrespect, but really, that's a telling story for how things have gone here on Haven.
Yeah, I feel like this was much more dominant performance from the side of Silly Girls than the first matchup we had early in the day. Oh, what's so many things to unpack, I feel like, because this was actually kind of a different game from that first Haven from before, because just looking at that scoreboard, you can see that it's not the same scoreboard we saw before. Saya and Jara, who was leading that map, it's not exactly doing the same with Panchiko and Zanzanity, I'd say, kind of pulling their weight up as well. But I've never seen a scoreboard like this where like both of the teams are like one team is on fully at the top and the team is fully at the bottom. But that kind of really kind of summarizes the kind of map we were having, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it was truly a night and day difference here on Haven, so I'm sure LIKITY would like to put that behind them, as we are going into Abyss next, where we saw, you know, a pretty unconventional comp from Silly Girls earlier today, but of course, like you were saying, these new fresh players that have come in, subbing in, I believe, like I said earlier before the game, I believe this is the actual Silly Girls roster, which looks even stronger, and maybe they're swapping things around to suit more comfort roles, so maybe we'll see another different approach on Abyss, but that's what we have to look forward to. So go get some water, everyone, take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to Oceanic Rising Stars. My name is Atlas, joined by Chams, and we're going straight back into LIKITY versus Silly Girls, where we've just seen the most dominant map we've seen all day. So yeah, what just happened, Chams?
It's just how we saw Silly Girls completely dominate on their first map again, but instead of Sai and Zyro kind of leading the scoreboard, it was the entire team fired up. Like, that's the kind of team you don't want to go against, like on your rank up game. Like you'd absolutely be completely defeated if that was your opponent, because no matter what LIKITY did, no matter how much they changed, no matter how much Radiant Rice tried to get a pick or two, it doesn't matter, because even if Zyro or Saya goes down, then Penchico or Insanity are there to pick the piece back up and make sure that they get the win there. And that is how they won. What was it? 13-2, was it? 13. Yeah, it was 13-2. Yeah,
absolute
and
dominance.
It's never. None of us like to see stomps like that happen, but when it does happen, we should give credit where credit is due, and we're going into Abyss again, the same map from the second game of the last series. I wonder if we're gonna get the same picks. Channel Orange is teasing us a little bit.
Yeah,
Is it gonna be like a triple duelist?
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
Oh,
I would not be surprised if we do potentially see Channel Orange swapping over to a duelist. They are, I'd say, even equally competent as Sayo and Zyro when it comes to playing that
yeah,
role.
100%.
Yeah, it looks like we are seeing a comp swap up from the double Sentinel,
Completely.
double duelist that we saw earlier to a double
Yeah.
smokes with a chamber. So very interesting change.
Yes, so just for context, the Silly Girls team wasn't the exact same team we saw early in the day. So that is why we are supposedly seeing a little bit of a change in the team up because last time we saw a completely different composition on the side of Silly Girls. But looking at the team side of LIKITY, even though not everyone is locked in, we see them going for that Sova, the Clove, and the Jet as well. And
Triple
now
duelist.
looking at the full triple duelist, let's go!
I
Oh.
didn't expect that one.
Honestly,
Yeah, well,
I did.
this will be interesting. Yeah, and I think one other thing of note, I think they've subbed someone out for LIKITY. I don't remember Izana being in, so
True, you're right.
yeah. So who knows? Maybe we'll see a resurgence. Maybe they're just gonna try and have a fun time after after that last map, which is honestly fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to kind of completely reset how your on how that last map was played because you can't keep kind of staying on that. So it's lovely to see them make you do a little bit of a change up coming in. And looking at Izana is a really, really competent player in the scene. I believe, yeah. I'm not sure exactly what kind of plays they usually make according to tracker.gg, of course, the most reliable platform to look on. They are a bit of a Sky player and a Jet and Gecko main as well. So we'll have to see what kind of things Izana can bring here on the second map, maybe the final map of the day, to give LIKITY that win. I do wonder how LIKITY will look at Abyss a little bit different than Silly Girls because again we are not looking at the same comps from the previous game. So this might be a little bit of a different game, but so far it's the same old Silly Girls completely dominating their opponents, and it looks like we will be going off into the match in a second, but we do see we do see a swap up. It seems like Zanzanity has swapped to Astra. That is
very
lovely to
interesting.
see. Yeah, I mean, Astra, I've been a pro Astra player on Abyss this entire day, so no qualms on that. It does feel like Silly Girls are a bit allergic to initiators, though, because we don't see another one. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
What am I
Gecko.
saying? Gecko is right there. I'm just so used to seeing like players like Something and Will Now Sayo, like really cracked players play initiators. I don't even count Gecko as an initiator anymore, but we love seeing the little dude of a little wingman with little spike and planting all over the site. So can't wait to see more of that. And Panchico's Chamber is an interesting pick. Do you have any insight on bringing Chamber into this map?
I mean, this is post buff, right? So he's gonna have that much
Yes.
larger teleport radius. So I think there's definitely places to put it. Like I'm pretty sure over on the A side, if you cast your eyes to the mini map, you could probably put the TP up in heaven and then try and get active in A main, and I'm pretty sure you'd be able to TP out. So yeah, I think there's definitely ways to make it work. And I'm definitely interested to see how this goes because they're definitely going to have a very different playstyle, I would guess, to what they had earlier, where the first time they played it today, their strategy was largely just running it down onto a site with the jet. No, was it a jet? No, it was a... Yes, it was. Yes, it was Jet and...
It was Jet and Yoru. Yes.
Yeah, so same duelists, different players now. But
yeah.
Yeah, they basically just sent the duelists in and then used their double sentinel to fully fortify the site, making the retake really, really difficult. So I wonder how it'll change their post plant, because obviously they have a little bit more of a balanced comp, I'd say. This is something more that I would expect at like a higher level, I'd say.
Yeah.
And on the other side of things, I mean, it's absolute pandemonium. They're playing Clove, triple duelist, and then a Sova. So they're playing quite possibly the most aggressive comp possible.
Yeah, but maybe that's what you need to do when you play against a team like Silly Girls, right?
Yeah,
We'll see.
absolutely. I mean, they're just choosing to contact forward here into Zensanity, who's fortunately stayed alive for now, putting up that Nebula to try and escape, and well, Radiant Rice has found Panchico at mid, found themselves a little bit of a jewel, and will dash away. Excuse me, my English is failing me. But yeah, I mean, nothing too much other than a few bullets traded towards either side, and okay. That was almost a kill coming through. Lots of damage dealt, and well, you can see that teleport radius. Look at that, teleporting all the way into spawn from mid. And they're rotating over towards the A site, which is actually the wrong read. This feels like the first time that we've really seen something like that from Silly Girls, where they've gone to the wrong side.
Yeah, but it does feel like LIKITY is also a little bit hesitant to completely push on to this A side, but now things might change with Channel Orange unable to get any kind of pick. But, well, the team is making up for that little mistake there.
Yeah, absolutely, but that Hawk Dart placed right in front of Sondern Time's feet just happens to catch onto Zensanity was so low. So suddenly, in some strange turn of events, the bomb did not go towards B, it went over towards A, now in a 3v3, Sire's fighting back again, immediately traded, and this time LIKITY will come out with a pistol win.
Yeah, that's the first time I feel like we've seen that kind of play against Silly Girls. It seemed like Silly Girls were a little bit disjointed on where to go, but they tried their best to bring it back. I'm sorry, that's so funny. that's such a unlucky way to go out inside of Zensanity. But early days. We see the Panchico outlaw. Crap. I'm losing my Valorant knowledge. Marshall is the name.
Oh, we're
coming
losing
outside
it,
of
yeah.
Panchico.
It's an aggressive play here. 4 players zooming out of mid. Zensanity going to get a first ball. Of course, this is an eco round, so this is kind of to be expected. Maybe you could hope that that Marshall could have been part of that team to try and take some of the spaces. You know, they have come and joined the squad now, looking for a stray head out of place. Channel Orange is actually the first on the defense to find their mark. Now they're just going to chase down, look for that dropped weapon if there was one. Oh, there's another for Channel Orange. This is the duelist player I know. Absolute terror on the server. There's a third with the Ghost. Upgrading to a Spectre. Guns to be picked up, and suddenly it's Silly Girls who have the weaponry advantage, the numbers advantage. As that
But not the time
through,
advantage.
they're hesitant. It comes in through the smoke. The time has been ticking. They're going to tap on towards the spike. Channel Orange shut down, leaving Panchico to do it all. Do they have the time? No.
No,
but
no
they've
way.
done so much damage. They'll be perfectly happy with that round, I think.
That was so close from the side of Silly Girls. We are now seeing how good Channel Orange is on this duelist. I mean, to me, I haven't really seen Channel Orange on this specific role before, but we're saying that they're doing so much impact with a simple Ghost. But it seemed that we might have underestimated a little bit on Channel Orange's ability to play this Jet. But yeah, almost went to the side of LIKITY, and almost on the side of Silly Girls. So we'll see if LIKITY can keep this momentum going.
Yeah. And well, that's not a great way to start it, but for Radiant Rice, I mean, we've seen them get their picks every now and then over on Haven, so good to see that they're still able to bring some firepower that's, I think, much needed over to the team. And they're continuing their entry over towards the B site. It is completely empty, but Panchico has really found a hole in this attacking default. And the taking up a spot here, waiting for any of these players to jump back in, and they've found one. Now position known. They're going to be hyper aware of this, especially Jizori being so far back, but Zensanity bringing up the flank. It's all over for LIKITY in this round.
Yeah, Panchico absolutely did wonders there to find the little hole in the gap, in the attacks post-plant hold there. But it's not like you can absolutely fault them for it. I wouldn't have expected Panchiko to be there by the time that the rest of the players rotated. But it's nice to see Silly Girl not like lay down and let them get walked over, and we're seeing this kind of resurgence come back. But Radiant Rise has been absolutely wonderful so far with 5 kills and only 2 deaths. Always
That's
almost getting
channel
off.
orange.
Sorry, my bad. But my point still stands that Radiant Rise has been kind of pivotal and has kind of stepped up from that last round.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, I mean, I think it's good from the Silly Girls to notice that there's no, Sentinel or anything like that on the side of LIKITY, so they can really abuse these spots, these flanks in the late round. And, well, instead of doing that, they're just choosing to fight this time. Zayo, a bit of a duelist Gecko player, running it down, and, well, that's a quick conversion there.
That is why I love seeing duelist players on Gecko, because Gecko is one of those very aggressive type of initiator players with all the utility and all the little buddies around to help him out in whatever they need to be done. But we see these when Gecko has that aim and that gunplay, it makes a world of difference on how you can play the rest of the map. But LIKITY were on a bit of a lower buy that round. But now it looks like they've managed to scrounge up a full buy on their side. So we'll see if they can keep Silly Girls at bay.
Yeah, this is definitely the time to do it. The economy is so low. If you continue losing, obviously you're going to build that loss bonus. I believe it will be up to the max loss bonus if they do lose this. But at the same time, you can't keep on losing round after round, because it does become a brutal cycle of buying and then saving, then buying and then saving, and it just keeps going.
Yeah.
Before you know it, you end up like last game in a 10-2 half and wondering what on earth just happened. But now in a 5v5, Cosmic Divide coming in, and it's an interesting one. It's kind of separating, the defense. It's almost helpful for the defense, if anything. Yeah. Oh, actually, never mind. It came out from the defense. That makes sense. But anyways, Channel Orange dashing in, sending out all these ults, chasing down Caitlyn, and Channel Orange. Oh, okay. Denying that last kill.
Yeah.
By just jumping off the map.
So that Astra Wall, even though it wasn't the best, for us it didn't feel like it was the best, but I feel like that was because a lot of the players from LIKITY stayed on site, which isn't something we usually see on this map. But maybe LIKITY also anticipated this wall and just made sure that everyone's on site so they won't get separated later on. So, I mean, maybe LIKITY was actually kind of reading into that a little too well, and kind of exploiting that Astra Wall's placement.
Yeah, I got very confused there. I thought that the attackers placed the Astro Wall, and I was like, what? This is much better for the defense. But anyways, we're seeing a bit of a round the corner for Radiant Rise. Immediately going to remove Channel Orange. Not expecting that at all. The Ice Ult is going to remove Zen's Sanity to kill contact. Successful. You can tick that off. Add the credits to the bank. He's now in a 3 versus 5 with the bomb down. This is suddenly a resurgence from LIKITY to potentially tie us up. Zayo removed from the round. Jazori continuing to be pretty decent here. Zayo and Panchiko, the last 2 players alive, definitely going to make a go of this. I mean, you have the money, why not? And all the players of LIKITY are in the same place, but Radiant Rise having none of it. This is what we needed to see from LIKITY.
Yeah, this is kind of getting a bit scary for Silly Girls, because this is not the same kind of attacks at aggressive comp we saw before. This is a very balanced kind of comp. So if they can't get a lot of rounds on this on their defense half, I will be a little bit worried. But I'm sure they have some kind of plan to stem this bleeding so far. And it's not like LIKITY is getting away with, they just tied it up, but it just shows what kind of team Silly Girls is when tying them up on the scoreboard is such an achievement for their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, keeping it close here. I mean, double operator was invested into the last round. Unfortunately for Banchico, you got the ultimate, the tour de force. Works just as well as the op, if not better. And that's immediately removed 2 players. So, Silly Girls coming straight back into this. Not disheartened at all from the last round's result. And Channel Orange kind of get active here. Maybe a little bit over aggressive in a 4v3 chance.
It's fine. I will give some. I will always give some leeway to your duelist player for a little bit of being overzealous, but I mean that's what they're kind of there to do. But against a 4v3, I do agree. Maybe not the best time to go on like that. But we do see Zinzanity. If Zinzanity doesn't die here,
Oh no! They go on with the judge! That's kind of a
crazy.
crucial one to get, to be honest, because they were kind of in a world of trouble there. Low HP, 3 people running at them, but they lock it down. Perfect timing, and Zyro and Pyro. The duelist duo
Keep saying.
separated now, but they continue to drag it out.
Zinzanity is amazing at stability. If Zinzanity died there, just rather than getting 1 kill, LIKITY has such a better chance of making sure they have nice plant and all of that, but they can't because Zinzanity is right there and getting just a simple kill with the judge as well, letting her team players come onto the site and make sure to get the rest of the kills and win that round. So this team, man, it's impressing me so much on so many different levels.
Yeah, and I love you use that word, yeah, stable. It's like, yeah, Insanity's doing their job perfectly. They do what's required of them, and they are so consistent. So even though in a game like this, where it's, a little bit closer than we've seen for a lot of the other Silly Girl games, a lot of them have been stumps, but it's good to see that you have these players that continue to be so consistent. You can see Panchico as well with that operator having dropped into the squad for this last series. They're finding their shot with the operator, not whiffing too much at all, and it's looking easy here. Of course it is an eco round, and well, that's the operator removed by a sheriff of 4 guns, but in a 4v, well, make that a 4v1, I doubt that we will be seeing too many issues here.
Yeah. If Caitlyn could maybe get a kill or 2 here, would be great, but doesn't appear to be the case. Channel Orange, get a final kill onto Caitlyn. Make sure. Wait, looks like Caitlyn dropped the operator off to the side, making sure that Silly Girls won't be to use it for the next round. But it looks like Silly Girls have kind of fixed whatever problems they had in the start, and they've kind of completely almost taken over this map, because now it's 5-3. It was I think it was around 2-1 or something when they first started. So it is looking a bit scary because you don't want to let Silly Girls run off with it.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have come back into it after losing the pistol round. And yeah, they're looking strong, and even though, looking at that scoreboard, Zyro was a little bit lower down, you can see they're still confident as ever, and they're going to add that to their stats and try and climb back up to where they have been in the past. But you really got to say that Channel Orange coming in on that jet, like I said, scary duelist player, one of the best in our region. So, going from the Cypher back to the comfort of the jet, we're seeing the performance come out almost immediately, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh,
whiffy shots there from Zyro.
Yeah.
The rest of the team should be able to convert all right. And well, operator's not the weapon of choice that you want to have against the double tap. Shield's going to be removed, and a wide swing from Panchico, having picked up a Vandal. That's the way to close it out.
Panchico has done wonders on this Cypher, on this Chamber Pink, from their ability to use that ultimate to get so many kills. But I should also give a little bit of credit to Caitlyn, who's playing this ISO, who was playing control agent last time, kind of leading the scoreboard in terms of LIKITY. We unfortunately aren't seeing the impact of going triple duelist on the side of LIKITY with only 3 rounds by the time of 3 victory rounds once you get to round 10, right? Like, I feel like you need a little bit more, because like, what are you gonna do on the defense half if you don't have that safety buffer to help stabilize some of those rounds. So I am a little bit worried for LIKITY going forwards in this game, because the longer it goes and the larger the score discrepancy is, and you're not at the leading half of it, it might be wraps for LIKITY.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't really talked about so much. A lot of this game has just been, you know, stellar player quality on Silly Girls, but yeah, I think LIKITY's comp is certainly not doing them any favors. You know, when you're up against such great stopping power, you know, you have, you know, potentially 2 operators to deal with, you have players getting up in your face, and then even once you get past that, you know, you got Zensanity and the stopping power that Astra can provide. And it's just, they don't really have a ton of utility to get past that, since they only really have the Sova for the initiator. And of course, maybe you could argue that, you know, the undercuts from the ISO can do some work, as we just saw them do, but
Yeah.
I just don't know if it's enough really against how, you know, solid Silly Girls have been so far.
Yeah, I do feel like, for anyone watching without any context, that we are just extreme Silly Girl hype fans. But it's just that they've been so impressive, and it's not like we are putting down LIKITY at all. They're trying their best to win against such a tough opponent. But I do commend them for doing something a bit different by Panchico, man. Oh my god. Just on a chamber?
It's almost hard to watch in a way, because they really are just running them over until, hold on a second, Jazori might be able to get something done here, because Chico and Channelar are both extremely low.
Yeah, Jazori has been quite successful, I feel like, in this entire matchup so far. And looks like Silly Girls have no option but to give Jazori the ability to recover the spike. Because both of them are so low, but Channelar just not care. Peaks, kills, 3 kills for the entire round, and that gives Silly Girls to 7 points. Oh,
yeah, and I mean, against Wyvern, I forget. I'm forgetting how to speak English. But anyway, in the first game they played on Abyss today, it was a 7-6 scoreline, which was 7-5. Sorry, you can't have 7-6.5, but 7-5 to the side of Silly Girls, and they've already gotten to 7. There's 2 rounds remaining, so I mean, it doesn't look like they're slowing down at any point. But yeah, Panchico and Channel Orange, it's just really showing how every single player on Silly Girls can really come alive and really make an impact on a map.
Absolutely, I agree with that 100%. But we do see a couple of ults available inside of LIKITY on this round, so let's see if they take advantage of it. I think they really should, because there's no other time you should really use the ults than maybe at this round and try to get at least 5 rounds.
Of course, but it is also an eco, so maybe they're gonna try and save him from that last gun round and then try and make it 8-4. But yeah. Oh, no, okay. They have invested on that kill contract.
1 enemy remaining.
Of course, unfortunately, it was not one. Sayo managing to convert that kill and leaving Radiant Rice now in a 1 versus 3. They only have a classic.
Yep. It's not what you really ever want to see.
Yeah. Upgraded now, but once again, Channel Orange finding quite literally every single angle possible, always holding a different one over on this A side.
Yeah. Even if Radiant Rise had the best Vandal skin equipped, won't be really beneficial. They go against 2 of the best players on the other side of the team. But it's not like they're not trying. Again, like, it just feels that LIKITY is just getting a little bit rolled over with the kind of gunplay that Silly Girls possess. And Silly Girls, as we were mentioning before the match started, is not a pushover. This is a team full of some of the best players in the region.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see, look how aggressive they're getting almost every single round, forcing the respect to be given with this drone. And this is Insanity doing this. This is the smokes player getting in your face, disrespecting you like this. It's maybe a bit demoralizing. Zyro is going to respect that push and get out in time, not really taking too much damage there at all. Bomb one, seemingly, it seems like the first time in this half, he's going to go down. Now, crossfire positions, but Zyra has spotted all of it. Caitlyn swings forward, finds one, but traded immediately. Good discipline on display is now Thrash coming out for Sayo. I don't think that connected onto any. Because now I'm not done yet, leaving Sayo in this 1 versus 2. But for once, LIKITY making use of all their ultimates, all the good trading that we've kind of been yet to see, comes out in the last round and brings LIKITY a lifeline.
Yeah. I love seeing the fact that they didn't just give up on that last round there. Because it's so easy to just like get men to the wound. But the fact that they were playing until the end, and Izana saving that her ultimate until the end of the half might have actually helped them out, helped them win that round, putting all that pressure on Sayo for 1v1 to a 2v1. So it's love to see them have that grit still in them to win out this match. But I hope the next half is not a repeat of the first, because Silly Girls are on attack, and the way they play, the attacking halves are always so aggressive and always advantages for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into halftime, swapping over. 8-4 is definitely a lot more doable than a 10-2, but certainly still an uphill battle, of course. And now is where we start to think about the fact that LIKITY, they're on the defense now. They have 3 duelists, and then of course Clove and Sova. And I mean, even looking at Clove, that's like possibly one of the worst controllers that you would want to have on a map like Abyss on the defense, where it's, you know, such a big map and you don't really have global utility. Even if you were sitting, you know, right in mid, I don't think you could actually reach both sides.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that completely. And I do hope that LIKITY has some kind of plan for their defense off, because not only do they not have a proper sentinel, they don't have a sentinel at all, they only have 1 smoker. The initiate isn't really going to be the most helpful, I'd say, but having that Sova is a big plus in a composition like this. So we'll see how they manage to the next half here, and I hope it leads more than just Silly Girls just completely bombing them, because even though Silly Girls has a little bit of a more, I suppose, given today's antics, a bit more uncharacteristic type of composition, they'd still have 2 duelists. They still have a nice smoker, and they still have that Gecko who is amazing on this map specifically. So I hate to draw lines before even halftime, post-halftime round is started, but it looks like Silly Girls might have this in the bag.
Absolutely. And yeah, even though looking at the scoreboard, Zyra and Sayo, the duelists that were at the top, they have fallen in performance a bit. Yeah, the fresh players coming in, they're 100% making this work. And yeah, I mean, now on this pistol round, it's already down to a 4 versus 2. As well, as I was talking about, Sayo and Zyra, they're the ones pushing forward as they were earlier today, leaving Sonder in time. And Jazori in this 2 versus 3, as I think Channel Orange and Panchico are really just trying to distract for now. TPing away for Panchico over onto the top. Sonder in time actually manages to convert. That's a 1 versus 3 and a pistol much needed. Okay, that came out of nowhere.
Sonder in time was not someone I saw really do much in the first half at all, but this 1 round has completely upped their stock in this composition. Oh my god, that was crazy. 1 just like completely shutting down your enemy team like that is amazing. But yeah,
and I mean the players that they're going against, it's nothing to scoff at. And so yeah, we'll have to see what can happen. But of course, you know, the scoreline 8-5, that was with LIKITY winning the first pistol as well. Yeah. And of course their anti-eco got pretty close, and well, Panchico with this Marshall was of course part of that. I think mainly it was Channel Orange with the Ghost, so you know, definitely got to look out for that as well. Is it going to go in for a fast push through mid? As Zana, haven't seen too much of them this game, but they're holding their ground with this Guardian. Right clicks over the top, and, well, it will be dropped. Zana caught with no escape, and Caitlyn caught in the open. This is getting dangerous, as now some guns will be upgraded. Sorry, sneaking around, maybe trying to fill the space, but the B site is completely open, and that's where Silly Girls are heading. They're possibly going to leave Panchico behind, looking to get active in towards the spawn, be that backstab in towards the late round. But are they aware that there's a flank coming as well on towards the attack? Look how surrounded these defenders are. Are they going to realize they're turning around at the right moments? Panchico's missing the shot, so is Zyra, but they do manage to convert, and suddenly it's all down to Radiant Rice, who only has the Outlaw, and this has gone horribly wrong for LIKITY.
I think that's just a testament to how good Silly Girls have been so far. Like, turning around with nothing to a complete win. With 3 players remaining, by the way. It wasn't like one person just killed everyone else. It was the entire team once again. To get a thrifter like that, it's crazy. And it just looks like, comparatively to the first match, they just won their first and second rounds on their attacking half. And the buy for LIKITY as a result of that is atrocious.
Yeah, and I mean, looking back to something I was saying earlier before that round, you know, if you take those 3 rounds that LIKITY won as the pistols and the anti-ecos and add that to Silly Girls, this could have been an even more dominant game. So yeah, I mean, this is really just Silly Girls on full display here. Panchico even coming up mid, and I mean, like you said, this is LIKITY was an awful buy after you lose that anti-eco round, but yeah, I mean, this is just absolutely dominant. I think they've just one-wayed themselves.
Sorry?
I think Izana one-wayed the spike accidentally. I mean, they didn't even get to the spike. But yeah, I think that smoke was not from the defense.
Oh no.
I mean, if not from the attack, that was from the defense. I don't know if it was missed or if it was meant to go on the spike, but yeah. Feels a little bit bad to point out stuff like that, but yeah, it just kind of goes to show that, you know,
One enemy remaining.
as much as this is, you know, an absolutely dominant showing from Silly Girls, also definitely room to improve for LIKITY, but, you know, there's definitely time for it, you know. This is an off-season event at the end of the day. Everyone's kind of playing, enjoying their time here, and going into next year for game changes, I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunities, especially players like, you know, Radiant Rice had some good moments here.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And once again, like, it's not that LIKITY are like slouches, it's just that the opponent is just too strong. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
like,
I can't imagine playing against them. I mean, the errors will start to come out when you're facing this much pressure, right? Like,
absolutely.
The way that Silly Girls are playing, it is very dominant. Well, with that being said, suddenly, all of a sudden, it's down to Channel Orange in a 1 versus 3, and up against the ISO. There's not a whole lot you can do. This operator of all weapons is not the right one for the job, and Caitlyn will manage to convert. So 10 to 6 now. LIKITY, maybe time to bring this back yet.
Yeah, I mean, certainly possible. We never know until the last round is played, and we always have upsets. But LIKITY has made a nice go of this matchup so far. Even after losing their bonus, it does seem like that they're not losing any faith, or they're not losing any of that intensity, which is exactly what you need to do. You can't like let the mental boom you. You have to keep going. You have to keep trying, and I love seeing that from LIKITY.
You want to play? Let's
Yeah,
play.
it's not over till it's over. And well, for now, it's going to be another patented B hit from the Silly Girls. This time, the Astral Cosmic Divide is going to cut that site in half, let that spike go down. There's no flanks or anything to worry about this time. It's just Channel Orange going all the way forward into the spawn, trying to get as much value as possible, and retaking with this operator and Caitlyn. It's going to be difficult, maybe even going to consider a save at some point, but that's a kill going their way, so still time to try and
team stun?
Yeah. Oh, that's a
Enemy remaining.
characteristic miss as Panchico is going to swing out again any second now, I would guess. There we go. Panchico finishing this off. So this is 11-6 now.
Yeah.
Just a
I have
nice
to
old
give, I have to
sympathy hit.
give, absolutely, and I have to give credit to Saundering Time there so far in this entire map. They've done so well to do their best to get any amount of kills as possible. Of course, we saw that amazing clutch in that first pistol on the second pistol round on this map. So it's not like they're just letting themselves get rolled over. And yeah, and it looks like there's some abilities in terms of ultimates available for LIKITY, but I doubt they'll use it because they don't have the best buy. Radiant Rise surprisingly has a gun, even though they have their blades available, which is not really a strategy that I've seen before.
I guess maybe they're saving it for next round, the blades, and I mean, the rifle has gotten a kill, and that's something that the teammates can pick up, so maybe that's the strategy, since you're holding on to the site, if possible.
Is not favored to win this.
Oh no! Oh, and that's why maybe you won't leave the kill contract until when you have a rifle, because oh, it's messy. That's certainly a way to put it. Is now Zori spotted out by Zyro. Might still even go for the spike plant, honestly. Maybe
Spike
tapping a
down
little
A.
bit too fast. And now once again, it's a silly girl player
Not ready yet.
who's got an operator and left in a clutch position, missing the shots. Headhunter is going to come out and sneak in around the back. Has to find this timing perfectly before Jazorian comes all the way around, and I think Panchico's actually slipped the net. There's the first kill with the Headhunter, bringing this down to a 1 versus 1. Rizana is also content to play Ring Around the Rosie. Panchico turning at the perfect timing, swapping back to the heavier weaponry, peeking around, and Panchico will win it. Oh no.
Panchico, the hero of the round. I mean, winning, getting into the battle arena with ISO and just operator, you're like negatively buffed at least 10 times. You're not able to win that matchup, and not only does she win that matchup, she wins the next 2 duels as well. Absolutely crazy stuff from Panchico. 23 kills. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. 'Cause, yeah, we potentially are reaching a conclusion here in this game. Panchico going to be chased down by Radiant Rise, who runs out of the blades. Fortunately, missing them. The Thrash not going to find any value over on the B site. Jazori, okay. I was scared for a second that might have missed, but this time, the aggressive push into heaven will be red. Channel Orange now going to be forced back to play a post plant with the rest of the team. Of course, you have the Astro Util on the spike. You can, pull. You can try and, use that Thrash. That's something that's available. Saundering Time's gotten past it, traded quickly though, and Panchico missing a few shots in this round. But Caitlyn has jumped all the way past, and now another 1 versus 1 potentially for the series. Half HP, both players would fall very fast. Mizana manages to get it done. Not too much time left on the bomb, but enough to defuse.
I do wonder if Panchico peeked out a little bit too early, because there wasn't a tap on the spike or anything. And they had a operator, and Izana definitely had an advantage there. So maybe a bit of a misplay on the terms of Panchico, but then at the same time, there's not so much you can do when you're in a position like that.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's maybe they feel just a little bit pumped up. So I mean, fair enough if you're going for those ego peaks when you've been winning them so often. Of course, this round is where things might start to get a little bit dicey. I mean, they've still got plenty of money in the bank, so even if they lose this, they'll still be able to buy next. But after that, that's where things start getting tight. So, I mean, they either have to close it out here or potentially face some tougher rounds ahead. And for once, actually, LIKITY, they're fighting back. This is looking really good for them, actually, as Insanity's the only player left playing for the trigger discipline here. They know where Jazori is. They have to try and make the spray transfer, but they ran out of bullets. Oh, an opportunity there for Zinsanity, but fortunately,
Oh, Zinsanity did
LIKITY,
so well.
yeah. Fortunately,
Oh,
Thundering was absolutely spot on with the trade, so
yeah.
yeah,
Izana has
avoiding a
been
disaster.
really, yeah. Izana has been amazing at stabilizing and winning these clutch pivotal rounds. Almost the last 3 rounds it was Izana that got like the final kill and made sure that it didn't go to complete disarray. But Zinsanity is just unlucky. No, they had
Yeah.
6 more bullets. I'm not sure why Zinsanity decided to reload there.
Oh,
Especially
okay.
knowing that someone might be peeking as well.
Yeah, maybe a misinput or
It's
something. It's hard to say.
yeah. I mean, again, I feel like we have this kind of tendency to reload prematurely sometimes as well. It might be just sound that habits coming through, but it's not the end of the day for the girls at the moment. They still have quite a good buffer to make a little tiny mistake. Syra has no gun, but everyone else is fully equipped and ready to take on the side of LIKITY and
Oh
their
yeah,
defense.
monster on the loose.
Yeah, and then
You watch it
Thrash
coming.
picked up. It's gonna be invested. The Cosmic
Oh,
Divide coming out. Okay, maybe gotta be a little bit careful there when you're running onto the site before it's fully bloomed. So that Channel Orange is gonna be looking to play spoiler. She hears those running players, and now they are
oh
the
my
backstab.
god.
2 kills eventually traded, but now the Cosmic Divide to get through, and of course the Thrash likely gonna be. Oh, maybe it wasn't. No, I think it was reflected, so that's still available as well. As this might be it, 4 versus 1, and Sayo, who better to close it out and win the second series today? It's Silly Girls undefeated on Abyss and Haven against 2 different teams, tested, but they come out on top.
Absolutely. And LIKITY gave it all they had. I have to give them so much commendations to not giving up on this map because we see that they actually pulled off some quite good performances, especially players like Caitlyn and Radiant Rise. And almost the entire team, maybe at the latter end of that match, kind of was like, hey, we just have to get this done. But unfortunately, against the forces of players like Zinsanity and Panchiku and Channel Orange, maybe that just wasn't enough at the end. But LIKITY should not be they should not be unhappy with their performance, I feel like, because they've done such a good job in this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, like you're saying, credit to them because, we were kind of saying they're the underdogs the whole time and how
Yeah,
good Silly Girls have been, but they've come back into this after an 8-4 half and actually delivered the most competitive match today. No one else has
yeah,
managed to get to 8 against Silly Girls, so I
not at
mean, for
all.
them to do that, I think they're showing that, they've got the player talent. I think given a little bit more time, I think, LIKITY can definitely be a contestant that can cause some upsets. So
Absolutely.
definitely a team to look into for the future.
Yeah.
But yeah, any final thoughts on today's games?
I really want to see the girls play against Swagload, I think. And I just want to see them get tested by a really good, proper, not a proper team, but a really good team at the top of this region and see where they stack up, because I feel like the girls have such a bright future ahead of them, especially if this roster of players stick together, because they play together so seamlessly and so beautifully. And it's lovely to see, especially in the small game changes. It's small enough. Oceanic game changes is like the microscope of amazing players, right? And to see a lot of these players rise up like this is amazing to see. And I hope that both of these teams, and especially Silly Girls, continue to kind of not to stomp, but to showcase their ability to perform so well.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, there's definitely more of these teams to see. Unfortunately, that is all we have for today. But are we back tomorrow, or are we waiting till next week for the next broadcast? I'm actually not
I
too
know
sure.
that next week is confirmed. Not too sure about tomorrow, so just checking out Discord channels, look at our Twitter, all of the stuff should be, in the descriptions of wherever you're watching this from, and just keeping updated with us, because there are so many good players and so many nice matches to watch coming up in Oceanic Rising Stars. So Atlas, do you want to take us off?
Yeah, 100%. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you on behalf of the Summoner Society team. It's been a great day. Thank you for the production. And yeah, it's been a great time. Thank you for everyone for tuning in. And yeah, like Chams was saying, keep up to date with the social Summoner Society everywhere. Check the description because you won't want to miss the next stages of competition, which are coming very, very soon. You can see more silly girls. You can see if LIKITY can maybe cause some upsets. But that is all we have for tonight. So thank you all for watching, and we will see you all later.
Bye.
Useless individual. Blocking vision, obscuring vision.
Here.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Player standing. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Making cover.
Want to fight it? One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.